updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round, live here from Central Reserve. It's a crucial Division 2 clash out here today between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. The Blues looking to move to 9-1, whilst Mulgrave aim to jump back into the top 5 with a win. All the action from this game, plus the next hour of pre-game live here, 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, streaming across the globe on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined this afternoon for pre-game by Jared Beanland and Scott Hardy. Jared will be calling all the action today, and it's definitely exciting seeing Waverley Blues, first time since their qualifying final last year in Mulgrave. First time since 2022.
Absolutely. I'm very keen to see the Waverley Blues in action once again. They're probably the team that I've seen the most over my years in the media team, and funnily enough, you've never seen them before, have you? So it's an interesting dichotomy we've got going on here. I always enjoy watching them play. I think they play a very attractive brand of footy, and here at Central Reserve, it's going to be interesting to see how they transplant what they do onto a newer and much bigger home ground this year.
It certainly is, and they've made it a fortress. Haven't lost a game out here, but Scotty, Mulgrave will give themselves every chance, especially if they play the footy that you saw when they went up against Ringwood a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, thanks, Josh, and good to be calling alongside you boys today in specials. But yeah, it's great to be out here. Obviously, I was saying to you, I haven't been out to this ground, and obviously it's a little bit of a change for Waverley, but they've adjusted to that change and found that success. But yeah, Mulgrave have every chance coming into this game, playing some good footy at times, and really it was really good footy against Ringwood that day that I was out there. But then in the flip side, the following week they sort of go back to maybe that Mulgrave of old. So it's just I was saying to you before we sort of jumped on the broadcast, it's depending on what team sort of turns up on the day for Mulgrave most of the time. And look, they're a team that you can't take lightly, and I think Waverley will need to be on their best to take it up to them. So I'm looking forward to the contest on both sides.
Yeah, hopefully high scoring as well. Both sides, they have potent attacks with the likes of Jay O'Connell, Josh Williamson for Waverley Blues, Fletcher Roberts obviously running around in that forward line for Mulgrave, or you can swing him down back, and there's plenty of other options. So
he was good down back the other day. But anyway, we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and we will be joined, of course, by both coaches throughout the pre-game. Scott Savage in around about 5 minutes' time. Matt Richards will be joining us at 1:40. But before we do speak with Scott Savage, it's a big weekend for Division 2. Not just in this contest, there's also a couple of interesting games taking place, which we'll touch on shortly. But just a quick tip on this one. Boronia up against Lilydale at a Tormore Reserve. I think we'll all be tipping the Hawks in that contest. They'll just continue on rolling with the Hawks.
Yeah, hard to see Lilydale getting over them here. It would be probably the upset of the season in Division 2 if they do.
Yeah, I agree with that comment. Maybe the decade. Don't know.
Yeah. There's an interesting game taking place at the bottom end of the table as well. The Basin against Heathmont. I tipped the Basin yesterday on the weekend forecast. This is a really good opportunity for them against a Heathmont side whose best is really good. It knocked off Eastfield a couple of weeks ago and obviously defeated, was able to knock off the Basin to start the season. But the Bears have slowly been building, I feel, particularly at home. They just need to put in a full-quarter effort, and this is as good an opportunity to do so here, Jared.
Yeah, the Bear Cave is a very hard place to go to and play your brand of footy. I think if Heath wanted to win this, they're going to have to really grind it out and take away some of the Basin's ball movement. Having seen a little bit of the Basin in preparation for this game, watching their game against Waverley Blues, I was very impressed with the way they moved the ball at times during that game. And if they can replicate that against Heathmont, they can really put a big score on the board, pull ahead from them, and make it hard for Heathmont to get back into the game, because scoring's been an issue for them this year.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest issue for the Basin, though, is just how much they let goals down back. They're the worst in the league for their score against, 801 against. And Heathmont are quite good in defence. They're only allowing 598 thus far. So I think that's the Basin's biggest issue, is that once it goes, it really goes. And I think they just need to work out how to shut that down, because I think they can match up all right with Heathmont anyway. It's just how they stop it once they come in.
Certainly, and we'll touch on the other two games shortly, which have major implications potentially on who finishes in the top 5 by the end of this round. But right now we're going to focus on all things Waverley Blues, because the new senior men's coach of the Waverley Blues, it's Scott Savage, joins us. Scott, thanks for joining us on pre-game ahead of this big contest.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having us.
And side must be feeling pretty refreshed after having a week off, or are they raring to go for this weekend?
Oh, they're refreshed, ready to go. Look, it was a solid 9 weeks, with the season, and you can see how competitive is some of the results between sort of 3rd and 6th. But it was good just to get that week off, refresh, and get a couple of players back today.
And did you have time during the break to assess what seemed like a really strong first half of the season for the side?
Yeah, we did. Like the week that we had off, we set ourselves up now for what we want to get better at than what we've done in the first 9 weeks, even though it's a successful 9 weeks of the year that we had. We can't just rest on that now and say, well, you can drop this game here, but it's okay. We still want to have that winning mentality going forward.
So throughout the season, we've seen you guys blood some kids, the Harding brothers, Paddy Saavedra.
Saavedra, yeah.
Has that been out of necessity? Has there been a few injuries coming out of the best 22, or is that part of the strategy of the season, just sort of like giving the kids a look and perhaps moving some of the fringe players down to the reserves, just to refresh the lineup a little bit?
No, well, with the Harding boys, they were ready to play senior football. Yep. They've been there since Freddie started round 1, Oscar came in round 2, but they're ready to go. If anyone had seen them play, you could see they're just as good as a pickup to get into your club. And with Paddy Saavedra, he's just been rewarded from playing good football in the 19s, and he hasn't looked back since he's come into the side.
No, excellent. And how have they fit into your style of play that you've brought to Waverley Blues? I know that we spoke in the off season. Yep. We spoke about Tom Langdon, how he had a specific style that he liked to impress upon his players. You've got more of a switching gears kind of game style. You've got that plan B. These kids, how have they taken to it?
Yeah, they've taken it pretty well. They're 3 boys that have been in the program for the last 3 years of 2 years 19s, and now their first year coming into the seniors, and it's my 4th year back at the club. So knowing the style of play that we wanted to play and that twist or tinkering of what I've brought into it, it's been really easy for them to connect because of attitude, of relationship with the boys. So there's been that easy transition for them all to take it.
And congratulations thus far. Like only one loss, obviously on a sort of temporary new ground. Are you going to put forward to say, can we keep playing here going ahead once the new club rooms are built? Because it's working well, obviously. Yeah,
clearly, one of the messages I just had just before with the boys is we haven't lost a game yet at home. One of the things that I said when we came down here was the first night we come down here, we're painting this area red, white and blue. This is our new home for the next, call it 2 years while the ground and rooms get redone. So we love the big open spaces here. We love the size of the ground with the way we play. And, we just got to just keep doing what we're doing at the moment. And
with doing what you're doing, I saw on socials it was a little bit earlier in the season, but you invited the juniors to join the seniors, like the seniors took coaching for the juniors. Yeah. Is that something you sort of created, or is that the combination between you and the juniors sort of talking side by side and seeing what juniors can bring?
Yeah, so we've got a guy by the name of Troy Fairbairn who coaches the junior girls side, and he's our runner in the senior side, and he's heavily involved with the juniors and senior side. And myself, we've done a program where the senior players will go back and train the junior teams and conduct game day with them. So just to trying to keep that connection between the two clubs. Well, I won't say 2 clubs, 1 club, but the 2 age groups.
And did you find the seniors enjoyed that aspect of it, and to sort of step onto a little bit of training and whatever else?
You get the few and ahs into them because it's an extra night during the week and a Sunday, but as soon as they get into it, they loved it.
Yeah. Good on
them. Yeah, and looking at the list as well, it's mostly Waverley Blues juniors as well, which must be great to be giving those players that have come through the Waverley Blues junior system the opportunity to play at the senior level.
Yeah, from myself being Waverley junior from back at the very start, from our president, who's Waverley, everyone involved in Waverley now, in every capacity, is a Waverley person. So our list, a lot of it's all Waverley, like youngsters. Our success has been through Waverley youngsters. So we hold ourselves in high stead in bringing our junior through and promoting our club people.
And just on yourself, obviously taking on the senior coaching role after the last couple of seasons as Langford's senior assistant. How's that? Have you enjoyed the transition from assistant to senior coaching?
Look, it is a big step. I do enjoy it. I love it. Footy, I've done footy a long time in my life now, and Waverley Blues have been a special part of my life. And the boys have brought into what I bring to the club. And I guess the real connection between us as a group is that we can communicate. We're able to talk to each other, and the committee's great. They've been a great support so far, and the transition of the ground and everything like that. Everyone's all bought in as one. So there's been no negativity around it all. It's all one.
And just on the team today, a couple of handy inclusions with the vice-captain Tyson Hale and Jay O'Connell coming back. Obviously losing Omar Mohammed, but does that strengthen the lineup that little bit more?
Oh, strengthen it, yeah. So, both Hale brothers are back in today. Sammy's missed the last couple of weeks and Tyson's missed the last 5, and Jay the last couple. But having those come back in, it bolsters our back half again with Sammy. Tyson coming back through the middle bolsters that up again, and Jay going forward. So, to lose Omar, I mean, obviously... He's done the European trip, as a lot of clubs would understand. But, you can't hold these guys back to it, let them enjoy it. But the ins are just as good as the outs.
Yeah, they certainly are. Well, Scott, we really appreciate your time on pre-game. We better let you go. Good luck for today.
No worries. Thanks very much, guys. Enjoy the call.
Thank you to Scott Savage there. And it's great to see him as the senior coach after the last couple of seasons as Langford senior assistant. And obviously, he would have learnt a lot of him, and it's clearly paid dividends to start the season.
Yeah, for sure. He's continued what Tom's doing, but has brought his own brand to it, and I think it seems to have worked really well with the actual playing group. It's something that I really admire about the Waverley Blues. They keep it in-house, and they promote and they value the talent that comes through their ranks. They back themselves and the people that are involved with the club, and I think that's really admirable. And one of the reasons why I enjoy coming to Waverley Blues games.
And it's just one of those little things, like I was saying to him, like, just having that program to say to the old lads, all right, you're going to coach the juniors. Like, yeah, okay, it may not be everyone's cup of tea, but it makes a massive difference for those kids. They would love it, and it just breeds a successful footy club going into the future to know, and like he's saying, like having the coaching staff and management all being part of Waverley previously, it's obviously got a good feel around it and a good club community that they want to stay around and promote it and continue to make it grow. Yeah,
it certainly shows the strength of the community and the strength of the junior club, which has always been. I think there's been sides that have played in the top division of the AFNL from what I've noticed, and the last couple of years, some of those kids like the Harding brothers, Saavedra as well, they're all playing Premier Division under 19. So you're going up against the likes of Ball and Blackburn. That's going to really hold you in good stead for years to come, and they've slotted straight into the senior level. I think it's 15 goals this season for Oscar Harding. Frederick has been absolutely terrific when he's been available. Obviously not playing today, but it's only going to get better from here. And there's certainly a club that can go up the divisions or go up to Division 1.
And it's not just those kids either. Like, those were the only ones I mentioned because I don't have a team sheet in front of me. There are others there as well. I do have a look at someone like Christian Casaro or Tyrone Interrogi. Nathan McNamara, who I imagine is probably a relation to Ryan McNamara.
I'm guessing so. Not.
And it's no surprise that we're seeing a lot of players with the same last names. It seems like a family club as well. It's a very impressive lineup.
It certainly does. And Tyrone Interregi, I think he's under 17s and made his senior debut last week, which is just shows the willingness from Savage to go down to that junior program and call upon some of those players. As I mentioned, we'll speak with Matt Richards at around 20 to 2. We'll touch on the final 2 games of Division 2, which have potentially major implications on who finishes inside the top 5 by the end of this week. And first up, Croydon and East Burwood. Now, East Burwood is still a game and a fair bit percentage behind Ringwood, Templestowe and Mulgrave from 4th to 6th. So if they do get a win, they'll at least be equal on points with Ringwood and Templestowe, and who knows, equal on points with Mulgrave. But they take on a Croydon side who found their best form, I reckon, against Heathmont before the bye, and I'm sure they'll be refreshed and raring to go back out at home, Jared.
Yeah, you do wonder about what happened to Croydon in the couple of weeks preceding last round. As you say, they seem to have found their form, which they're going to need that in such a tight top 5 lineup. East Burwood, I can see people tipping them as a roughie. And I do wonder, I didn't listen to the podcast on Friday. I was quite busy yesterday. Did anyone tip East Burwood yesterday?
I don't think anyone did. Not even
okay,
Spider.
Not even Spider. All right,
not even Spider.
Whoa.
Oh, all right.
You're really in territory that we go uncharted territory.
I'm keeping my tip to Croydon if Spider doesn't have faith in the Rams.
No, I think we've seen, Croydon at home, especially that game we covered against Baronia. They were exceptional on that day. I know after that they sort of had a little bit of a slip, obviously against Mulgrave, but only just. Waverley Blues, it wasn't a sort of great game for either side. So I think the rest probably came at the right time for them. If they had the win, I think that they get the 4 points. But, it's within East Burwood's reach to sort of stay within check. So this is the game that they put on the whiteboard and say this is the must win. So if they don't, it starts to slip a little bit further away from them and makes things a little bit more challenging. It's not out of anyone's grasp. It's still plenty of matches to go. But I think coming off the bye, coming back into it, you really want to make a good statement and stay within that rank of 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, because if they lose here, they'll need to win at least 3 games and hope someone like a Mulgrave at Templestowe or Ringwood just really drop off in form.
And it's not, again, it's not out of the question because those sides aren't playing probably as consistently as they should or would like to around this time of year.
That's true.
So I still feel like they can still stay within the grasp, but it does make it difficult. It puts their backs against the wall a little bit further.
But the way the numbers work out, it needs to be 2 of those 3 that you mentioned, Josh, to really slip up and form that Mulgrave, Templestowe, Ringwood trio. And that's a really big ask for East Burwood to hope for that to happen and then stay within good form themselves.
Yeah, they'll need a big win on the run home as well. I think they would have liked to have potentially gone that against the Basin, but again, the Basin that game, they've proven Battering Reserve is a tough ground to play at. So, but yeah, it's certainly going to be. They're in a bit of a tough position at the moment, Eastville. We'll see if they can make it up, but I'm still sticking with Croydon. The other game, which is 4th versus 5th, Ringwood and Templestowe. This is a massive game out at Jubilee Park. Before we get stuck into it, of course, there was an unfortunate passing during the week. Templestowe, a former Templestowe Football Club and Templestowe cricket player, Nicky Mustafa, passing away. So we pass on our condolences to the two clubs and the Mustafa family. So maybe that'll drive Templestowe today, both the reserves and seniors, to get the job done against Ringwood. Before the bye, they were in really good form. They defeated Mulgrave. I think that was close to 50 points. They come up against the Ringwood side who'll be without Mitch Jackson for the next 6 weeks due to suspension, and that's a really big loss for that Ringwood side. They do regain Jet Latchford, but I find it hard to see Ringwood getting the job done without Mitch Jackson and with the form that Templestowe are in. Yeah,
it's an interesting one. Templestowe did lose to Ringwood in round 1 earlier this year. How much we sort of consider round 1 in terms of the form lines now, that's definitely questionable. But goodness me, just looking at their past couple games, they had 31 scoring shots, 28 scoring shots. That's against Lilydale and Mulgrave respectively. They're actually starting to get the scores on the board, which is something that we're concerned about Templestowe. Their forward line seems to be working now. They seem to have the great connection between the midfield and forward line. I wouldn't have predicted that happening with some of the scores that they were posting earlier in the year. So I think Ringwood's going to have to go hard to, especially in defence, to beat them.
Yeah, you're right. Like that Templestowe the last 2 weeks, just really good scores, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And, sometimes then you say, for other teams, it's great when the break comes. For them, they probably were like, actually, we're playing some good footy. I would rather not have that little spell. So it's just how they come out and what they have changed to make that a better forward line or a better scoring options, whether that's sort of through mids changing and then up forward. Because before that, they were only kicking like 50 points or something, which just wasn't competitive enough. But if you look at the ladder, both these sides, not just in where they position, but their scores and what they allow is very similar. They really match up very, very similar.
Yeah, and it was, as you mentioned, 15 points the last time around, so it could probably be a similar margin. The one thing that holds Ringwood in good stead is the fact that Jubilee Park is a lot bigger than Templestowe Reserve, and and I think it was the Lilydale Sports over the LSO they were playing against Lilydale, so they might not be able to get the ball as quickly inside forward 50. It'll be interesting to see how well they navigate the surrounds of Jubilee Park, but I'm still backing them in here. Wouldn't surprise me if Ringwood do get the job done at home. So. But
I'm thinking Tempe.
Fair enough.
I'd have to go with Templestowe here as well. I just think that, the form that they've shown is perhaps better than what Ringwood might be able to produce in general. Ringwood's more consistent throughout the year. Templestowe, I think they just have a higher ceiling of what they can achieve.
And they've proven that against the likes of Waverley Blues in that qualifying final. And they got close to them out here as well, did Templestowe. So... but back in the Dockers, they do regain Jared Healy as well, which is a pretty handy inclusion for their defence. Matt Jessup is also a pretty handy inclusion into their midfield as well. So certainly going to be interested seeing that score from around the grounds throughout that contest. We'll move on to Division 1 now before Matt Richards, the Mulgrave senior coach, joins us. Just quickly, Doncaster Montrose, Wantirna South, Beaconsfield. Montrose regained Ty Galbraith into the lineup. Beaconsfield get a couple of their VFL listed players coming into the lineup. Harrison Corey, Mitch Sisbowski coming in as well against the Wantirna South side, who I think they lose David Lang as well as a potential laid out. So I'm guessing we're both going to be all going to be tipping Beaconsfield and Montrose away from home. Yeah,
no upsets on the cards for me there. I think the Montrose Doncaster one perhaps would be the closer one just for mine, but I don't see either of them being particularly surprising results.
No. We move on.
Yeah, we move on. North Ringwood up against Bayswater. I think it's different this time around because obviously they met in round one and Bayswater North Ringwood, I should say, comfortably defeated Bayswater by 86 points, which is kind of unfathomable now because North Ringwood, they've only had the one win against Wantirna South since then. Bayswater have knocked off sides like Mitcham. They've gone close to Park Orchards in the last couple of weeks. Yep. North Ringwood do gain some key names though. Robin Nahas, Michael Loco and Harry Flynn into the lineup. So those are some massive inclusions this weekend. I tipped them on the weekend forecast just based on those inclusions because they're going to really help their defence in particular. I don't know if you're going the other way, Jared, to Bayswater?
No, I have to go. I think even before I heard those inclusions, I had to go with North Ringwood anyway. I think their form just against the top sides has been really good, and then they've been dropping games that they shouldn't drop. Now they've got Bayswater at home, who's a team that often struggles to score. I'd have to go with North Ringwood, and now with those inclusions, I think it's it makes that a lot easier for me, Scott.
I'm going Bayswater on this one. I don't know. I just got a sort of feeling. I think they haven't been far off the mark. It hasn't been sort of from that round one to what they are now. I think it's a totally different side, so it brings a totally different challenge to North Ringwood. Yes, they are massive ins for North Ringwood. So again, Bayswater would have to be bringing their best footy, and have we seen any of that best footy thus far this year? I don't know, but we might today, and I just feel that they could come out firing, and I'm leaning towards them.
Well, you could argue they played their best footy against Mitcham out at Walker Park. And they played 3/4 of really good footy against Park Orchards out at Dominique Reserve when we saw them. So we'll touch on the other Division 1 games shortly. We're joined now by the Mulgrave senior coach in Matt Richards, and he's done a club champion as well, like Scott Savage, who took on the coaching reins last year and has guided them to their first finals appearance, and they're on track to potentially do so once again. Thanks for joining us in the pre-game, Matt.
No worries, guys.
How is the side feeling? Refreshed and raring to go after the King's birthday break?
Yeah, absolutely. That couldn't come along quick enough for us. We struggled to get players on the track, for the last last game of the first part of the season. So yeah, the break was really good. And really noticeable this week how refreshed everyone was. So
yeah,
good.
And I asked Scott a similar question before. Did you have time to assess the first half of the season during the break?
Yeah, absolutely. But it was also just, well, for me personally, it's a long year. Like we go right from November, all the coaches. So I got away for a few days, which was really good. So I was able to sit back and see what we needed to do and talk to the players individually, over the phone or catch up with them, which is hard to do when you're at training all the time, trying to set up drills or, it's an hour and a half really, Tuesdays and Thursdays that you've got them. Otherwise, you've got to try and track them down during their work time and all that. So yeah, the break was great.
Is that part of the way you want to bring your coaching style to a new club now? Just interacting on a more personal level with the players, is that how you see your footy and what will bring the best out of both your own coaching style and the players' form on the park?
Yeah, definitely. I think at our level, there's got to be a real enjoyment and a buy-in to the club. So yeah, we heavily focus on that. We're a real family club. Like I've been there since the 80s as a player. My wife's involved. My son's out there playing in the twos at the moment. So we try and generate that feel around the club that everyone's welcome all the time. And with the boys and their own personal styles of play, I don't try and take that out of them. We've got some guys with good flair. I'm not going to change the way Connor Tilliard plays the game. He's everyone's here to watch him. Let alone the likes of Jongy and Fletcher Roberts. I'm not changing. They know enough.
Yeah, exactly. Well, is that just on those two? What have they brought to Mulgrave since coming across? Is it sort of not just their experience, the way they play on the field, but also are they buying in as well to the way you're wanting to, have that more personal connection with the players?
Yep. So Jongy's homegrown. So he played a couple of years with Mulgrave, and then he played his junior footy at the Rovers. So he's still got teammates from that era playing and guys he went to school with. So Sammy Cass, one of our captains, they went to school together. Mitch Peddle, who's out there at the moment, they went to school together. So they're close mates, really close mates. And through that, we got Fletcher Roberts, who he's one of my assistant coaches this year. His buy-in has been off the charts. Lives over the West Gate, never misses training. I speak to him regularly during the week. He's involved in everything. When I first was going to meet him, Sammy Cass said to him, I said, how do you describe this guy? He goes, he's just one of the best blokes. And he is. He's just all in at Mulgrave. He would know every player's name from the guys he's running out with at 2 o'clock to the under-19s. He really puts the effort in to get around our footy club. So fantastic.
And with Tilliard and John coming back into the side, are you doing anything different? Are you managing them, sort of seeing how they go into coming back from those injuries and stuff, or is it sort of just keep playing the cause?
They were both right to play last week, so really lucky. So they got the extra week with King's birthday, have trained this week in particular. Both desperate to play. Smiles on their faces. Just couldn't wait for this weekend. So, a couple of handy inclusions.
So we're going to say 100% from him?
Yeah. I just spoke to Scott, and his question was the same.
Which is understandable. But and one of those conversations when you had your break and rang people was one of those people, Tom Gladman. He just stacks up 150 games today. He's been a big servant of the club, been around since 2012, and he's just heart and soul of your club.
He is heart and soul, and it's just been spoken about, but last year he lost his spot in the seniors and to a young ruckman who's just come back from injury, Noah Pokia, and Tom did everything he could to help this kid develop last year, at training, in games, just talking to him, and then Tom won his spot back, and then this year we've got another ruckman at the club, and same thing, Tom just works with them tirelessly to help them improve. They're after his spot. It's pretty simple. They're after his spot, and he just never stops trying to get him to improve. Yeah, great fella. Absolute cracking bloke.
And it's people like that to have around the club. And another person, and you probably won't tell me or will tell me, but Boothie was named in the reserves. He's not out there today. Is that just due to just more time management or work commitments and other commitments?
Boothie pulled out at 10:30 this morning from the reserves with gastro.
Okay. Spewing, literally.
And the reserves boys were so excited Thursday night. And the only reason he's missed 3 weeks. Yep. So I'm really good mates with Boothie. So yeah, we just sat there and had a chat, and yeah, he just thought, I'll come back through the twos if I. You talk about great characters and great blokes. It doesn't get much better. He's coming up to 300 games in a few weeks. He's not just a servant of the club. He's just a real important person around our footy club.
He'd have to be close to a statue at that club, I reckon, Boothie.
Synonymous with Mulgrave, he is. You did mention a young ruckman that Tom Gladman was working with this year. I'm going to deduce that's Bryce Curtis.
Yeah, Bryce Curtis.
Can you tell me a little bit about him? He's been in great form from what I've seen.
Yeah, he has, and he's worked really well tandemly with Tom. So we got him across from Berwick this year. He must be about 22 or 23. So he's just got that energy and the jump in him that Tom hasn't anymore. So he's just changed, a bit of the dynamics of the way we can set up in the midfield. And they're going at about 50, 60, 40% game time. But they just run their own race on and off the bench. And like Tom's there as a coach for him as well. So as I said, we can't thank Tommy enough for the way he's guiding and working so hard with him. So yeah, good young kid, trains really hard. We're rapt to have Bryce, or Big Clutch, as we call him.
Okay, great.
Clutch.
We'll know what to call him during the call now, Josh.
might actually have to go with that. But there's also some other great young talent in the lineup, like Angus Gervasoni, Tyler Valanis, his brother Riley has come across to the club as well, and Manny Sarkisian. Just how much have those players, such as Roberts and Jong and those players, helped develop those players into senior players? Yeah.
Look, they're all from our from the junior club as well, so they've been around a while on those names. So like you got Manny Sarkisian, but his older brother Evan's been around, for a little bit longer. Manny's 21, mind you. He's not a kid as such. So they've been around, and then Angus, he's got Jackson and Cooper as the older brothers. So we've had them as options. Tyler Valanis has been a really important one this year. So he played the whole year last year in the twos, and he's one who's really come along this year. So good kid with just genuine leg speed. And then his little brother, we're able to get him through that family connection. But again, he's from the Rovers, and just another highly talented young kid.
Well, certainly excited to see some of those players, and the Lions are out on the park today. We better let you go, Matt. We really appreciate your time on pre-game, and good luck for today.
No worries. Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Thanks to Matt Richards there for joining us in pre-game, and he has done a terrific job with this Mulgrave lineup. He's built on the foundation that was set by Ryan Webster in 2022, where they got really close to playing finals that year. They made finals last year. Who's to say they can't do it this year, Jared?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's once again, you look down the team list and there's a couple of players with the same names as each other.
Yeah.
And as he mentioned, it's a family club, and I think it's, as I said with Waverley Blues, these are the clubs that I really admire, and it's that sort of homegrown style that can produce, especially in Division 2, where you're not necessarily drawing big names. I mean, they do have Jong and Roberts, so they do have a couple of big names, but, you're not your Premier Div teams. You can find a lot of success in Division 2 just on the basis of a strong and attractive junior program and culture around the club.
And you're right, Jared. Like, that's the thing. Like, Mulgrave hasn't been a club that's had those sort of big star names sort of throughout their time. It's just that they've built, those consistent players, and like we're saying, like Booth and Gladman, like just showing up and turning up week in, week out, and staying part of the club. But it's great to have those names then appear and sort of then. It just brings in more excitement, and people talk and say, have you seen this, kid run around and blah, blah, blah. So it just brings that excitement. But they didn't necessarily I don't think they necessarily needed it, but it is always the best, for your club to have, and for those other youngsters sort of to learn from and have that guidance from them. And like I said, they've just been part of the club. Those two I mentioned in Boothie and Gleben, and there's others, many others, and that's what I think that club brings.
Yeah, and I do agree with what you said about Adam Booth before. He does deserve a statue, as does Matt Richards as well. He's been a champion for many years at Mulgrave. So, but I think he's close to the games record holder out there potentially.
And it's sorry, I just thinking about Boothie as well. It just shows the individual that he is, like coming through the reserves, and that's not the first time he's done that. Yeah. Like he's had times throughout his whole career where he's had time off and then gone, no, I'll come back into the reserves first, and then I'll play seniors. Like the coaches will say, you can just jump into the seniors, but he obviously understands other players fighting for that position while he's out, and what he can give back in a reserves forward line as well, and giving that instruction, and he's just a beast to have in the reserves anyway. So spewing that he's not out there, as Mulgrave seem to be doing it comfortably. They're at 68-20, and we're into the third quarter, nearly at the end of the third quarter.
Oh, if he was playing, he definitely would have added a couple more goals onto the board for Mulgrave. Tom McGowan playing in the reserves as well for Mulgrave, which is if Booth was playing, it's a pretty potent forward line. But we're going to go to our first break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll talk about all the action taking place around the grounds.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round out here at Central Reserve. Crucial Division 2 clash out here between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland and Scott Hardy for the pre-game. We were just talking about what's taking place in Division 1 this weekend. We've got a couple more games to quickly go through. Moorbuck against Park Orchards. I think we'll all be tipping Park Orchards. Moorebuck potentially a sneaky chance. I would have given them a sneaky chance if they didn't have, I think it's 6 or 7 changes this week. But it's also Trent Giorgio's 200th game for them, so they might want to get up for who has become a champion of the Mulgrave, not Mulgrave, Moorebuck over the past for many years now. But I'm tipping Park Orchards here to respond after a disappointing performance against Mitcham.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit worrying given how Moorebuck they went down to Park Orchards in round 1. Hopefully they won't slip up as bad as that this time. But those changes that you mentioned, Josh, I think that's going to be pretty crucial. That they've been in some good form, but Park Orchards to bounce back for me, Scott.
Yeah, they will. They have to. It's just without doubt. So, that side, it's just what a disappointing sort of result to sort of cover it and sort of have that game that they provided, considering that they've played exceptional football throughout the whole year so far. So I expect them to turn up quite strong and make a real statement in this win.
Yeah, and a couple of the outs for Moorebuck. Riley Monkhurst out of the lineup, Reece Crosley, Lachlan Monteith, and Park Orchards do gain a VFL listed player in Owen Maladi. I think he's coming back from injury and is on Port Melbourne's VFL list. Jacob Vapon does go out of the lineup, so but the Sharks to get the job done, I think it'll be a bit closer than last time. It was
you'd hope so.
80 points last time around, but
like
it's certainly a much tougher ask up at the Heights Reserve than it is going to much like going to Dominee Reserve. So, and then finally, probably the biggest game in Division 1, South Belgrave up against Mitcham, the second grand final rematch of season 2024. Mitcham last time, they were a bit undermanned out at Walker Park under lights. South Belgrave got the job done there. They're slightly undermanned this time because there's no Danny Baglava, no Jake Parenti. They do regain Alex Barnes-Smith, Josh Duvallin, and their captain Jackson Glossop. But South Belgrave's are pretty handy. Brodie Connolly, Liam Kidd, Damien Garner, Lachlan Benson, and William Evans. So some key names coming back for the Saints, and I think it'll be a bit of a mountain to climb for Mitcham. But given the form they're in, they're every chance, Jared.
Yeah, definitely. I think with Mitcham specifically, a lot of the time it's not who, but how. And I think that's the way that Neil Winterton wants to coach. I think that's a mark of a very good side. Beaconsfield's very similar in that regard. I still think that with those in, South Belgrave could be able to overpower them. This is a really tough one. I'm going to be fascinated to see the scores as they come through throughout the day. I just think without Jake Parenti there, that might be a bit of a tricky one, but they do have other forward options. There's a lot to consider with this game, Scott.
Oh, it's so hard to pick a side. I think obviously that form we saw Mitcham against Park Orchards, you sort of back them from that. But South Belgrave, I know sort of, are sitting sort of second anyway, so they're playing just as good a footy. Mitcham under 19s, they did have a win by 1 point. It was a kick, I don't know if it was on the siren or was it just the last kick. They won by 1 point today, so they beat South Belgrave. But yeah, look, I'm leaning probably towards more Mitcham, but probably then I look at it and I go, but South Belgrave at home, surely South Belgrave get the win. So I don't know, maybe I'll pick a draw for this.
Yeah, that's a solid
that's
pick.
That's a solid call, and it wouldn't surprise me if it does end up in a draw. They played a close grand final, of course. Who's to say it won't be similar out at Belgrave South Recreation Reserve? But one of those under 19s players, Anthony Marek, makes his senior debut for Mitcham as well, which is great to see. Neil Winterton calling upon the 19s who are sitting up the top of the Division 1 ladder. So why wouldn't he when they're flying at the moment, the Mitcham 19s? We'll move on now to Premier Division. A quick tip on the Doncaster East South Croydon game. South Croydon, they regain Max King. Matt Jones comes back into the lineup for them. Some key names coming in. Matthew Aldous, Chris Jones, I think missed their last game against Berwick. So I'm guessing we're all tipping the Bulldogs out at Zerby's Reserve.
Yeah, I would say so. It's not necessarily a fait accompli, I don't think. Donny East still have some big names, but they've just not been able to put it together this year. And I think South Croydon have been playing more consistent footy. They've got a lot more cohesion. And I like Matty Aldous back into the team. He's from what I've seen, had a pretty good year as well. Scott.
And Doncaster, they just can't kick that winning score.
No.
Like they haven't kicked over 90 points for the whole year, and I think they've only had maybe one or two where they've got into the 80s. So that's again their biggest concern is just that scoring. But then South Croydon Dynamax can come in, and a number of others with big names. South Croydon for sure.
Yeah, the other couple of games, Roval up against Noble Park. Noble Park do gain some reinforcement from VFL players. Bailey Lambert, the Nelson brothers are all coming back into the lineup. Logan Young, most of those on VFL lists. Roval do get Nick Schoenmakers back after his concussion in that game again, which we saw against Doncaster East. Brain Lepanchi and Mitchell Struck back into the lineup. So I think it'll be still close. Noble showed some promise in that first half on King's Birthday against Ballin, but I just think Roval, too much class will just get over the line. And if it's conditions like this out at Seabeck Oval, I'm sure they'll enjoy playing it out there, the Hawks.
Noble Park will have to sustain a very tough, pressure-based brand of footy, and that's difficult to do across 4 quarters. And I think the moment that Roval just get a hold of them, get away from them a little bit, find those open spaces of Seabeck, they can really punish Noble Park on turnover. And I have to go with Roval on this one, Scott.
Yeah, I don't know. This one as well sits with me as well, where I go, Noble shouldn't win this. They shouldn't. But I have a feeling that they might, and I'm leaning towards more Noble. So it's a little bit of a more hunch in sort of picks. I don't know if that's allowed, but I'm going.
Absolutely.
I'm going with it, and it's I just feel like that consistency that Noble just haven't shown this year. They've played horrendous at home, and I just feel like sometimes you need to pinch those wins on the road just to keep the flame alive, and this could be one of them.
It certainly can, and they've proven in the past, even when they're going in against underdogs against Roval, they can knock them over. So certainly going to be an interesting game. And then there's a couple of other big games down the bottom end of the table. Berwick up against Norwood. Berwick, they have to win if they want to keep their season. Well, if they want to, get their first win on the board for the season and jump Norwood into 9th spot. I'm tipping the Wickers here out at Edwin Flack Reserve. It's a tough ask to go out there. Norwood do get some experience in Jordan Gisberts, Josh Wall, Josh Tovey and Dean Poynton into the lineup, but I'm still sticking with the Wickers, who gain a couple of good players in Jai Neal and Braden Bowden and Daniel Pinter on senior debut. I think he was on Dandenong Stingrays list last year as well, so a handy inclusion for them. But I don't know what your thoughts are on this game, Jared and Scott. What do you reckon?
I would have to go with Berwick in this one. Home ground advantage is the thing that sort of like tips me over the edge with that one. They played all right against South Croydon last round as well. Berwick for me, but only just. It's going to be a tough one, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Norsemen got up in this one either, Scott.
No, not at all. But I think, being Berwick's home game, having that rest break, reset, look forward to or look at this next sort of part of the season, and like I said before, just keeping that flame and that hope alive, just to, avoid those that are words. So they just need it. They need it really, really badly today, and I think that they should get it, but I think it'll be a very close game and a very low-scoring game.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it's just 7 or 8 goals that gets a side over the line out there at Edwin Flack. But sticking with the Wickers, and then two sides that have massive tests in Blackburn and Vermont. They take on the top 2 sides in Baldwin and East Ringwood. Yeah. Vermont at home against East Ringwood. Blackburn away from home against Baldwin. They do gain Michael Dunn, Samuel Hart and Nathan Philatides through Blackburn. Baldwin lose Kane Turner to suspension, Jamie Reid and Nathan Oakes as well. So I'm still tipping Baldwin just because they've been irrepressible. They were really impressive in that second half against Noble Park, and they've got a couple of senior debutants as well. So I think it'll be high scoring, probably one of the more high scoring games of this weekend at Baldwin Park. Yeah,
they really turned the tide against Noble Park last week. They got the game under their control and on their own terms. It's very impressive how they're able to just take a game away from another team with their ball winning ability. The midfield is irrepressible, as you say, Josh. I give Blackburn a shot in this one, though. I think if I had been on the podcast yesterday, this would be my roughie. I would say. I think Blackburn would have been the one that I would have gone with in that regard.
I think Spider tipped them as his roughie, actually, Blackburn. Okay. So, but yeah, fair enough. They are a genuine chance, though, Scott.
Yeah, look, they've got every chance, but I think at Bowen side at home with undefeated, I don't think this is the game that is going to be the loss for them. I think what can be for Blackburn, though, is that they can apply their game plan, see how it stacks up against Bowen, who's obviously the benchmark this season, and see what comes out the other end. They may surprise me and get a win. Yeah. I think it's just one of those games where you can allow yourself, because you're probably not expected, necessarily to beat them at home, to just play your game style, see where it goes, and go from there, and then you can make changes sort of in that back half of the season.
Yeah, it is a free hit for them.
Yeah,
definitely.
I agree.
So, and a really great opportunity for them to prove that they are a side that belongs in the top 5, which obviously they've gone into finals previous years, but they just haven't been able to knock off those sides in finals throughout the regular season. But this is a great opportunity to do so, as it is for Vermont out of Vermont Recreation Reserve. Calvin DeRayo, Zach Thiessen and Matthew Wilcox back into the lineup. Some really good inclusions for them. East Ringwood lose Jamie Bennell. I was reading during the week it was a ruptured hamstring he's had, so he could be gone for a little bit there, which is a bit of a blow. They do regain Trey Bennell. Obviously lose Sam Lowson and Harry Nolan to the VFL level. So I'm still tipping the Roos out Vermont Recreation Reserve, though.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just looking at the ladder. Like it's just such an interesting round for all these games. Like it just it just sets it up for this back half of the season. Like if they get the win, moving East Ringwood, I'm talking about, go to 32 points. If Blackburn lose, they stay on 20. If Roval then lose, they stay on 20, and that gap starts to really sort of stretch out between that 1-2 side, and then it's that battle between 3, 4, 5 and 6. And again, just going back, I know we've spoken about South Croydon, but really, really big result if they get that win today, putting them on 20 points as well, and they'll stay within that group. So sorry to cut you off. I think it's just interesting once you start looking at those numbers and what can sort of happen in the space of a week, and how much it will change that Prem division.
Yeah, the repercussions are huge in this one. And with Vermont, it means that if they lose here, they're starting to fall behind a little bit. They're becoming behind the 8 ball, especially if they're they're a club that prides themselves on their excellence, and they'd be shooting for that top 2 spot even now when they're a little bit adrift off the pack. The thing that's a bit of a red flag for me with Vermont is their best win has been against South Croydon, and it was a fairly close one at that, at 15 points. So I have to say that I've got to go with East Ringwood in this one. I'm fairly bullish about it. I still think that as much quality as Vermont has on the park, I think they're not quite putting it together this year just yet. They need to prove a little bit more to me.
But then I think Vermont over the last 2 weeks, they've put some huge scores together, and maybe even before that, and that's 5 wins. The last 5 weeks, 5 wins. So I think their consistency at the moment is really good, and this is the right time to play East Ringwood, just to sort of see where they are. I know obviously those 2 scores I spoke about were against Berwick and Norwood, so obviously we understand where they're sort of situated. But still, I think the way they've been playing their football and getting those wins, and yes, against South Croydon, who we're sort of saying, expect them to win today. I feel that this is the game that they continue, and that makes it 6 from 6.
It does, and it'll be interesting to see when that score comes through by 4 times. So certainly it's going to be an interesting weekend in Premier Division, as it is for Division 2. Quickly touching on Division 3, Sylvan take on Knox, Warrandyte take on Surrey Park. Sylvan, I think they're a bit of a sneaky chance. I know our illustrious leader Ryan Long had them as his roughie, and I can understand why, because it's a difficult ask going up to Sylvan and getting the 4 points. They proved that against Coldstream. It was only a 4-point win to the Cougars there. So I'm still tipping Knox in this game though.
I knew you would.
Fair.
I'm Sylvan. I think at home. Not at home. I just think against like not just because our media manager's sitting to my left and I'll just sort of go with him. But basically, no. I really like that home ground. We've seen what it does. It's a great park to play, and that's back-to-back games at at home, which is always good. I know they've obviously had that break, and again, it's probably one of those sides that would have said we would like to keep that momentum going, but that's just the way the fixture is. And yeah, I just think that they can take it to Knox. Knox, look, they're a good side this year. You know, we've had that discussion, you and I, and you know, obviously with the ladder predictions and stuff, and you were very bullish on where they would sort of finish, and they've proven pretty well how they can play good football. But yeah, I just think at the moment I just like Sylvan up there, but yeah, not to sort of put anything away from Knox.
It's unfamiliar territory for Knox as well. I don't know if they would have ever played up at Sylvan at all. That's because they're a team that has been coming down the divisions while Sylvan's been sort of like working their way up. I have to go with Knox on this one though. I just think there's just too many questions around Sylvan and their consistency. Where the goals are going to come from, which leaders are going to be able to stand up and perhaps bring some of their bottom six players over the line here. They've had quite a few changes in the off-season. They've not really been able to put it together. The game against Coldstream, that's impressive that they got so close there, but I just have to go with Knox on this one. I think Sylvan, they're just too flighty for me.
Yeah, Knox are a little bit inconsistent as well.
That's true.
So, but they'll want to, heading into the back half of the season, they're in a finals position. They're proving themselves as the fourth best side, and I certainly think they'll want to get on a roll in the next couple of weeks, because I don't think it'd be too far away when they face the likes of Surrey Park and Donvale. So speaking of Surrey Park, they head up to Warrandyte Recreation Reserve and take on Warrandyte, who have gone through the changes, as have Surrey Park as well. I'll still, as always, tip Surrey Park. No surprises there, but
I don't think many people are blaming you for that one this round.
Yeah, quick tips on this one though.
Yeah, Surrey Park.
Yeah, Surrey Park as well.
Div 3 Grand Final rematch X2 as well at Donvale Reserve. We tip in the Vales here. Furniture Gully did show a bit against Oakley District, though, I have to admit.
They did, but Donvale's a whole different beast to Oakley District, and while they haven't necessarily put the foot down, such as a Baronia, for example, this year as the reigning premier and top team there, I don't see them dropping too many games, and not against Furniture Gully, not with where they're at, unfortunately, after a bit of an overhaul after last grand final.
Scott?
Yeah, sorry, I totally tuned out. I was looking at other scores. I think we were talking about Donvale, did we say?
Yes.
Yeah, Donvale.
Do you know who they're playing?
Yeah, Furniture Gully. I was watching. I was more concentrated on this kick here, and it's just absolutely shanked. McGowan was having a kick, so I wanted to see how he went. So sorry, I was focused elsewhere.
Just touching on the reserve.
Donvale's a sure thing, I think.
It's definitely a shot thing. I was not paying attention, and then I was thinking of also, I think I said with Sylvan, I think I said that they'd beaten Coldstream, which wasn't right. I was saying that they took it up to them. So anyway, we move on. Let's go. Let's continue.
Just touching on the
Who's next?
Game. Yeah.
Upper Gully Fair Park.
Upper Gully Fair Park, and that's a night game out of Kings Park. So I'm not expecting it to be the highest scoring contest out there at Kings Park. No. I tip Fair Park because Jay Rankin and Cole Hurd come back into the lineup. Jack O'Sullivan, who's come across to the club, comes in too. Upper Gully, I think they've had 7 or 8 changes for their lineup this weekend. So Fair Park for me.
Yeah, I can see Fair Park getting this one. They're starting to work their way into a bit of form. It's starting to look a little bit like last year for Fair Park as well, because they started pretty poorly and just got better as the season went on, and Jay Rankin hopefully will be a big part of that in the latter half of the year, just like he was in the latter half of last year. Yeah, it's an interesting journey for Fair Park, because they've flattered to deceive so far, and now maybe we're starting to see what they can do, and I've got them against Upper Gully as well.
Oh, no, I have to go against you boys. I think Upper Gully, you can't trust Fair Park at the moment. It's just the one win so far in the season at Upper Gully's home ground. Yes, probably will be a low-scoring game, being a night game, and that sort of seems to be the trend of it. I don't know why, but, you know, I just think, yeah, you have to back up a Gully. They've still, you know, they're sitting on 16 points. They can find some good wins and stuff. Although that being said, that's a lot of outs for one side. So, no, but I still go with them.
I'm just going through the outs. Jacob Richardson, one of those outs. Jared?
Yeah, no, I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised if Upper got up just in response to Scott there. Yeah,
but I will say this: Fair Park. I think it's 2 or 3 night games they've won in a row. Obviously, they've been mostly out of Fair Park reserves. So, and Upper Gully won that a night game earlier in the season against Ferntree Gullies. So,
well, the nighttime specialists.
Going head to head.
Yeah, going head to head. You love to see it.
And then finally, Coldstream up against Oakley District at Coldstream Reserve. Oakley District, they've also been a bit flaky, just unreliable sometimes, and Coldstream, they've been able to knock over the sides below them, and just it's the second half of the season I feel like it's trying to find a way to knock off Surrey Park and Domvale for them. I'm tipping them at home though against Oakley District.
Feels like a banana peel game, one of those ones where Coldstream can slip up, and it could betray a little bit of inconsistency that they might have. We've seen a bit of inconsistency from Coldstream throughout the year. It might continue into the second half of the year. They can't afford for that to happen if they're going to take a shot at a premiership. I think I'm still going to go with Coldstream on this one, but it's one that they kind of have to make sure of.
I think the only good thing is that they're not inconsistent at home. They're very consistent at home.
True.
They only had 1 loss against Surrey Park, which is probably understandable in ways Surrey Park's playing. But yeah, I think Coldstream at home be a fresh day over there because, like I said, up here, the wind chill up here, I don't know, Lee was saying down below it's not too bad, but up here we're getting a little bit more. So I think it'll be a little bit frosty up there, and the heated gloves might come in handy.
Arctic Park. It's been known as Arctic Park, and it could be the case there today, as it could be for Sylvan as well. That will be chilly conditions out there. Just quickly touching on the Division 4 games taking place. Nunawading against Chirnside Park, Forest Hill against Croydon North Emlock. I give Croydon North Emlock a sneaky chance against Forest Hill. Nunawading, it was 30 points last time against Chirnside Park. They lost by Kimberley Reserve. I'm still backing Chirnside Park and Forest Hill in those games, but I don't think we can discount, especially Croydon North against Forest Hill, because the Zebras, I think they've lost a couple of players. Ben Rudd out of the lineup, Sonny Doherty, Jake Rowe as well, so a couple of key names for them. But Forest Hill and Chirnside Park for me. I don't know about you, Scott.
Yeah, so last time they played was in round 3, and that was Forest Hill 91-35, and now Croydon North are a different side to that, you know, and I expect them to get the win. I think they will. I think they'll take it up to them. Playing, you know, good enough footy at the moment to try and get those 4 points. Had a really good win against Nunawading only 2 weeks ago. Weren't terrible against Scoresby, and Scoresby is obviously, you know, the best side so far. I'm backing them.
Yep, I'm not tipping an upset in either of these ones. I think it will go as according to what we'd expect.
Yeah. And then finally, Scoresby against Kilsyth, the Magpies. Kilsyth proved their premiership credentials in their win against the White Horse Pioneers, who were missing a couple of key players. But I think at home, the home ground advantage in Division 4 is very crucial. I'm tipping the Magpies here.
Yeah, Scoresby in this one for me. I just don't think Kilsyth can score enough.
Yeah, it's just how hungry Kilsyth are to match up with that top side, but I think Scoresby.
It'll be interesting to see how many goals Adam Amin kicks. He's got 50 goals for the season in 8 games. But
nice.
So it'll be interesting to see if he can get to that 100 mark. We're going to go to our final ad break here. When we return, the call team will assemble for this Eastland match of the round between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round action out here at Central Reserve. A crucial Division 2 clash out here between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. All the action live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, streaming on Facebook and YouTube as well. Pre-game run and done. About to get stuck into the thick of things, and the call team has, well, now we heard the call.
They've come back from the MCG-sized toilet block, I believe, down here at Central Reserve.
And my co-caller for today, Jared Beanland. Great to be calling alongside you once again, Jared.
Yeah, it's been a while, Josh, hasn't it? I think the last time would have been maybe Anzac Day last year or something like that.
I reckon it was, actually.
Yeah.
So
either way, it's going to be a great game today, I think. It's a fantastic calling position here. A wonderful day for footy weather-wise, and a couple of teams that I'm very excited to see play.
Special comments, CFNL Media Manager Ryan Long and Scott Hardy doing a great job as well on the pre-game alongside myself and Jared. But Ryan, it's been a busy day for you with the women's first up out at Mulgrave Reserve, and now you're out here for a big Division 2 clash.
Yes, absolutely. I was actually quite disappointed. I just checked that the Celtics lost Game 4, so back to Game 5. That's all right. We wanted to win in Boston, but busy day. Mooroolbark Eastern Devils for the women's game was fantastic, and great to be out here at Central Reserve, Scotty, because it's been a long time since a call team's been out here, and obviously the ground hasn't been in use, but with Waverley Blues moving here today, this season, it's fantastic. The ground's in good shape and a great vantage point for us.
I was going to say, did you need to say before scores were released for the NBA for those watching on delay?
Sorry for those who are going to watch that later.
I was actually
don't bother.
Before I was coming up here, it's a long walk down to the block down there. But one of the teams has got Danger Zone pumping in their club rooms for the pump up song, which I really liked. It's sort of different to the techno and bass that we're used to hearing. So to hear those coming out,
I'm not a fan of that.
Look, I'm not going to stand in anyone's way. Exactly. I knew it was coming from the right. But Danger Zone. It was a great pump up song. So well done. It might have been Mulgrave maybe. Not too sure. So no, we're out here. I'm looking forward to it. Great to be out here, and what a ground to look at it and to call from. Great to be undercover, but not that we need it. Well, only from the sun protection basically. Because at the moment it is blue skies, and I don't think there's a drop of rain predicted at all today.
Yeah, well, hopefully that is the case for our two boundary riders, Ben Warren Smith and Christopher Curtis, who will cross down to shortly. They were
just finding out they do need batteries in their receivers. It's a revelation For some.
As Mulgrave come out onto the ground, Waverley Blues already onto the ground. But as I mentioned, this is a crucial game in the context that for, well, mainly the Mulgrave season, Ryan. The Lions sitting in a position, sixth position. They win here. They leapfrog either Ringwood or Templestowe into the top 5, and I'm sure that'll get them up and about for today.
It should, and as Scotty said in the pre-game pretty well, it's their consistency that's been the issue. If the right attitude and the right side come out today, which they've got a very strong list, having a look with a couple of those inclusions back in the side, they'll be very competitive and they'll have every chance to win this game. But whether or not we actually see that, it's up to them to perform each week. And it's great to see their class jumper as well, Mulgrave running out onto the field at the moment.
And Tom Gladman, we said on pre-game, he just celebrated 150 games. He brought the little bub out through the guard, and president and coach is saying g'day. So congratulations, Tom. We spoke about him on pre-game too. To Mulgrave's coach, and what a servant of the club, and just his attitude. Spoke about his attitude and what he brings to this young group is exceptional, and credit to him.
Yeah, and he's such a crucial player. Been around for many years, alongside the likes of Adam Booth, who unfortunately didn't play in the reserves. I don't know if you saw that, Ryan. Didn't play in the reserves. He was laid out due to gastro.
Well, he's so close to that 300 game for the club. So hopefully he's able to get back soon, and we can actually celebrate what is a massive achievement for a very important figure for the club, who's kicked over 700 goals for the Lions, I think, off the top of my head. Potentially 800. It's quite a lot.
We were talking to Matt about it, and sort of said, "When's the statue going to be? Going to be built?"
It's got to be soon.
Don't mention it. He'll put the petition in to get it going. But as another servant, and again, we've spoken on pre-game for those that's the thing about Mulgrave. We were saying it's just those players that show consistency sort of through their time. They haven't had the huge names, coming onto the park, but now obviously you've got John Tilliard, Roberts, and great to see all three names today to be in. A couple coming off some injury concerns. Matt Richards sort of said both Jong and Tilliard could have played last week, but obviously had the bye, so they just took that extra rest, and he's expecting them to play 100% today, and no rest, just full steam ahead.
Well, that's great to hear. You need them out there for the full game if they are going to pinch this one, because Waverley Blues, their form has probably almost snuck under the radar a little bit.
A little bit indeed. They're very consistent this year, and they've been beating teams that we'd be questioning. Your Croydons, your Ringwoods, your Templestowes, whether or not they can do that, and they've just been doing it. I've been very impressed. As you say, under the radar a little bit, workmanlike. Yeah, precisely. And it looks like we've got our two boundary riders mic'd up and ready to go, Chris Cordis and Ben Warren Smith.
Good afternoon, guys. It's great to be back out here at Central Reserve, and it's nice of Lee to have got the batteries out of the remote control at his house for the TV, just to give us back our ones in the for the mics down here. But it's look, I don't know about you, Chris, but this grass is pretty long down here at the moment. Would you agree?
Yeah, it is. It's a bit patchy in areas, but definitely down this stand side wing, it is a bit long. So it'll be interesting to see whether it affects the game and whether that's a trend that we see throughout the pitch.
I think this will be it could work into the fact that the players might get a little bit more tired as the day goes on. Look, it sucks up the wetness that we probably suffered throughout the week, although there's been gale force winds blowing, so there hasn't been too much that stays around. But all in all, the wind today, it's blowing basically across the ground, more or less almost towards the grandstand. But it's favouring the Monash Freeway end of Central Reserve, or towards what's the Brandon Park Shopping Centre? So going up Springville Railroad.
Maybe it's the south.
Okay, it's going south. It's going south. Thanks, John Blackman. Very good. But yeah, no. Looking forward to a good day. The sun's out, and the players are about to make their position. My tip, Chris, today. I'm going to go with the Waverley Blues by 2 goals. How do you see it?
I'll go on the other side, mate. I put Mulgrave as finishing 4th in my mid-season review article. So I'm here for the Linjong, so I want to see Mulgrave get up today.
Got to protect those things. And another interesting note, down here at Central Reserve, the dugouts or the benches are so close together, so it could be quite interesting watching unfolds down here at ground level.
Wonderful.
Very interesting. Just your tips on this game, gentlemen?
I was just going to say, Waverley Blues kicking to the Waverley end, which would be the north. And I'm going Mulgrave. Just in a close one, 12 points.
I'm going to go with... oh, sorry, Ryan. Go.
No, it's okay. I'm tipping Waverley by the 5 to 6 goal margin.
Yeah, I've got a little bit closer. I've got Waverley Blues by 3 goals.
I'm going to tip Mulgrave here by around the 2 or 3 goal margin. Some handy inclusions today as we get set for this contest. Mulgrave kicking to the right of your radio dial and the Waverley Blues kicking to the left. And just before, it was great to see Tom Gladman take the toss for Mulgrave, but Jared Beanland to get us on the way in the Eastland match of the round between Waverley Blues and Mulgrave.
And it's Bryce Curtis and Danny Playstead up and about into the ruck contest right from the get-go. Tackle immediately laid there on Alex Hardy from the clearance. No clear ball just yet until Duck got his hands on it. And it's a kick forward for Waverley Blues and immediately a mark inside 50 for Waverley. And it looks like it's going to be Oscar Harding, if I were to take a guess. It could be Williamson. It's Josh Williamson. So 24 goals for the year, 27 goals for the year, in fact, for Williamson. 54 last year. Prolific goal scorer. Has been for a long time now for the Waverley Blues after coming up from Narre Warren. He goes, he's going to kick it from the arc to open the scoring for Waverley Blues, the home side. He has opened the scoring, but it's drifted left and just the one behind to get us started.
One behind, Mulgrave yet to score in the first minute of this contest in the Eastland match of the round as Jackson Collins goes to the far side. Kick was too short for his teammate. Still goes over the top and finds Tyler Valanis. Played all in the senior lineup this season as he weaves his way past his opponent. Got the handball away to Ling Chong. Got past one, got the handball away to Gladman. He's wrapped up and not going anywhere. Ball up.
And Fletcher Roberts, so moving up forward for Mulgrave. So can play in both positions, either forward or back, depending on where he's required. But he's solely out there in the forward 50 or just outside forward 50.
So we'll get this ball tossed back into play. Playstead and Curtis. Curtis with the back tap down. It falls into the hands of Waverley Blues. Jimmy Rufus managed to get a handball away, but it was an illegal one according to the umpire, holding the ball, and Mulgrave had the chance to reload. They looked to take the advantage there, but they didn't.
Indeed, so it looks like the man with the ball will be Connor Tilliard back into the side today. Short chip over to Jong, shares it back with Tilliard, had to evade one tackler. Jong was the option over the top, goes wider still now through the handball, and Mulgrave will go forward inside their forward 50. Roberts to go up, punched away from him. Good defence by the Waverley Blues early. And they're going to share it round here. Taking the space in front of him was Tyson Hale. Got the kick down the ground. Scooped up now by Ton Steele. Lateral ball just partially smothered there off the boot by Mulgrave. Hale went again and he was tackled by Tilliard. Will get a ball up in the centre of the ground. 2.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. Just the one behind on the score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard so far here at Central Reserve. Great to have footy back here. 0-0 draw in the rock contest. And we'll have another one as Jong was wrapped up.
Just some scores around the grounds. Berwick off to a quick start. 2-1-13 to Norwood 6. Doncaster East 6 to South Croydon zip.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Keep those scores coming for us throughout the day as the Waverley Blues get a clearance forward. 2-on-2 contest in their forward line. Scooped up by Harding. Oscar Harding turns onto the right. Shots at goal. And he's got it. First blood to the Blues. And that's what he can do, the young man, Oscar Harding. He's very mobile down in that forward line. He knows where the goals are. What a find he's been for this young Waverley Blues outfit.
He has, and it wasn't really pressured very well. He had plenty of time to be able to choose not to pass it off, spin round, and then have the set shot on goal. So fantastic start for him. He's one of your favourite players, Jad. You always talk about him, don't you?
Oh, yeah, I've just noticed him throughout the... And I like Frederick Harding as well. It's always nice to see when a couple of brothers make their way into a senior lineup at the same time and have a big impact.
And that takes his goal total to 16 goals for the season so far, Oscar Harding.
Certainly made an instant impact alongside his brother Frederick, who both played key roles for the Waverley Blues under-19s lineup in Premier Division last year. As we go back up in the middle, Curtis with the tap down looking for Jong, who eventually finds it but was wrapped up by Jimmy Rufus. Umpire will call for where it started. So 4 minutes played here. Waverley Blues with the early ascendancy in this Eastland match of the round as Playstead took it out of ruck. His kick was nearly intercepted by Jong. The tackle applied there by Alex Hardy. And we'll get this ball thrown back up forward of centre for the Waverley Blues. Curtis again with the Backhanded tap down, eventually finds the hands of Angus Gervasoni, and a good tackle applied there by Jay O'Connell back into the lineup this week, and this ball will be thrown up once again. A couple of stoppages the last couple of minutes as Tilliard tried to scoop it out, couldn't. Instead it falls out here to Austin Dean, who fumbled the football, and Angus Gervasoni was taken high. So Mulgrave have it's Connor Tilliard, in fact, with the free kick. Handballs it immediately to Ling John, goes straight through the spine, looking for Fletcher Roberts. Didn't get hands on it. Bailey Thompson on the ground. Waverley Blues defending this ball really well. They get it out to the captain, Ryan McNamara. His looping handball over the top. They work it out well, and Samuel Hale, his kick will be intercepted by Austin Dean. Got Fletcher Roberts calling for it deep inside forward 50. He heads in that direction. Pushed out his opponent legally. It's seen out of bounds, though, by Jack Strongman, and it's going to go for a boundary throw. And as we cross down boundary side to Ben Warren-Smith.
Just interesting to note, we've gone 5.5 minutes in this first term. Neither side has made one interchange.
Jack Strongman got the match-up on Fletcher Roberts as well.
Back into play, placed Eden Curtis. Curtis gets the tap down, dangerous spot here for Mulgrave. Could kick something from here, but roved by Waverley Blues, and it's Duck to get the clearing kick. No mark taken there by Fresher, but it's spilt out to Vickers. Interesting to see Carl Vickers out there, of course. And Saavedra takes the relieving mark after a chain of handballs. Now goes inboard. Mark taken. Turning around now is Miller. He's going to go further laterally. Out to Hatch. Joel Hatch looking for options inside forward 50. Lowered the eyes and found a good one, and it's Williamson again.
Yeah, looking dangerous early, leading to the ball very nicely, and their delivery inside 50 has been a lot better than Mulgrave's in the opening 6 minutes.
For certain. I thought it was a well-placed kick by Austin Dean earlier. It just hung in the air a little bit too long for his forwards to take it, and now we can see the transition and the difference it makes when you've got a nice short, sharp ball inside forward 50 that the Waverley Blues do so well. Williamson will line up. Blemish early, and he pushed it out to the left again. So 2 behind so far for Josh Williamson. 1 goal, 2 for the Waverley Blues. We've gone 6 3/4 minutes in this first quarter.
Jared, he's such a quick moving forward too, so you just cannot give him that space in front of him to lead into.
Collins goes to this broadcast side. Back pocket, finds Sam Cassiano, the captain. He goes direct to Tyler Villanas. They look to initiate the switch out to Jackson Collins on the far side. Williamson manning the mark and trying to pressure him as much as possible. The kick was a very dangerous one, and it'll be turned over. The mark taken, I think that is Oscar Harding, whose eyes are darting all across the ground. Will go with the short chipping ball inside 50. He's got a teammate all by himself. A couple of players calling for it in the middle of Central Reserve. He goes in that direction to the hot spot. Mulgrave have the numbers. Did really well. Did Carl Vickers to affect the contest. They managed to pick up the ground ball, though, do the Lions. Jordan Falloon in defence, and they clear, but the mark taken by Josh Williamson.
Mulgrave just going to have to work that match-up on Williamson. He's just running every which way, and no one's sort of sticking with him. They had Collins onto him for a stage, Braden James as well, but no one matching up fairly on him, and he's just getting free looks at any opportunity. He probably got burned on that last one as well. He was leading up to the ball, and they ignored it, sort of went out to the far side. So danger signs. He just needs to work on the kick.
As he was winding up to go back for the set shot, but instead goes the short kick and finds the hands of Samuel Hale, who can go back and kick his first goal in the Waverley Blues second. Come back into the lineup this week alongside his brother Tyson, as well as Jay O'Connell. A couple of handy inclusions for the Waverley Blues as he's kicking this from a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out. Looks good off the boot. It's really good off the boot. Waverley Blues have the first 2 on the board, 2-2-14. Mulgrave yet to score, 8.5 minutes gone first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, looking dangerous early, and it was poor marking to see Hale standing there by himself for quite some time, and had plenty of time to put a man on him, but chose not to, and they pay the consequences for it.
And that's the thing with Mulgrave, like I was saying with the Williamson, it's just both those players allowed so much room, and they cannot allow that against Waverley Blues side that we've seen have kicked some great scores this year.
Usually a defender, Sam Hale. So interesting to see him work his way up the ground. I can see he's going straight back to full back, so I think he floated forward and was just completely unmarked. Who's he playing on there? Looks like it's Gladman. So back into the centre we go. Up goes Curtis. Bit of an oil draw there. Vickers was there. Owl just stealing it was Duck and gets it out to Gisara. Inside forward 50 once again, the Waverley Blues. They got a hand to it, did Mulgrave. Scramble for the ball. Oh, it's spilt out to Steele. He can kick a third for the Blues, and he's done just that. It is looking very dangerous now for Mulgrave in that forward 50, or in that defensive 50. Steele now with his 13th of the year.
Very lucky. That was a throw coming out to
Ooh.
Steele. So they get away with one, but potentially the umpire might have been out of position to be able to see that, but definite throw.
Unfortunate there for Mulgrave. That's 3-2-20 to 0. 10 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And on top are the Waverley Blues in these first 10 minutes of this contest. They need to win it at the source through the lines. They failed to do so at that last centre clearance. It's back up in the middle we go. Gladman got it down to Jong. Manages to get a handball away to Telliard, who spilled it. Has to become the tackler, but shrugging off his opponent there was Stark. Gets it off to Vickers on the runway. Straight through the middle.
Have you ever seen a duck do that?
Definitely not. That is brilliant from Chris Stark and Kyle Vickers. Waverley Blues have the first 4 goals on the board inside the first 10.5 minutes, 4-2-26. Mulgrave yet to score.
Yeah, they've fallen asleep early. To have that much room for someone of the quality of Kyle Vickers and the tackle against Duck just wasn't strong enough as we go boundary side to BWS.
Great call there, Wardy. Tell you what, law of averages says that the Waverley Blues on a media team game will be up by 8 goals at quarter time.
Mulgrave need to find that response and quickly.
So back into the centre we go. Waverley Blues sharp and on form. Mulgrave, they can still taste the toothpaste in their mouths. But we can see if they can get a clearance here. Jong hands it out. Hardy back to Jong. Sharp hands. Tackle though. Great tackle by Waverley Blues. Jong again. That's his third possession in this run of play. It was a poor one though, and they're going to have to shove it forward through Villanis. That's Riley this time. Fresh area at the ball there. Was able to pick it up regardless. High ball inside forward 50. It's mostly Waverley Blues here. Crunch they go. Strongman at the bottom of the pack there, along with Connor Tilliard. And it's a ball up.
Some scores around the grounds. North Ringwood lead Bayswater 3-1-19 to 1 straight 6. Park Orchards 2-1-13. Mooroolbark 1 behind.
Back we go. Playstead slaps it down. We'll have another stoppage though.
Some more scores around the grounds. Montrose lead Doncaster 12-6. And back in Premier Division, Berwick 26 to Norwood 6. Doncaster East 19 to South Croydon 7.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Clearance goes the way of the Waverley Blues. Oh, little fumble there, though, and that's a little fortunate there as Bailey Thompson, was able to draw the high free kick, and this is the first true shot at goal for Mulgrave.
Just having a look at the replay now.
He went low.
Sort of arm slipped up, but yeah, fortunate.
They got away with one down the other end, so
take it back, but just needs to make this count.
It all comes out in the wash in the end. Bailey Thompson. He's been good this year for Mulgrave. This will be goal number 15 for the year. Played a lot of reserves for Noble Park last year. Keeps it low enough. Oh, and he just got decked after. So he missed the goal, and then across comes Sam Hale and flattens him.
So what's it? Okay, so I've missed that. I don't know if the replay caught that, but he's still on the ground.
He's still down. That's
obviously
got to be a
boundary.
Let's go to Chris Curtis on the boundary line.
Yeah, guys, well, the umpire that was on the mark was looking at the goals, but there was one at just the edge of forward 50 that looked like they had a good view of it. But like you said, nothing's been called just yet.
Gee, he's slow to get up.
It's coming off the ground, which you can understand, but
yeah. Well, there's no retaliation on the field really, so I don't know if many players actually saw it or what actually happened.
All eyes were on the ball.
Jack, did you actually see?
No, I just noticed him go down, and it was Hale who was going away from him. Anyway, take it away, Josh Ward.
As Waverley Blues go to the far side, and the really strong mark taken by Tyson Hale, the vice-captain, back into the lineup after missing the last 5 weeks. His kick was a very dangerous one. Will Little still did really well. Under pressure from Evan Sarkisian. Had to go back to Tyson Hale, who's pinged for holding the ball. Lin Jong having a hot start for Mulgrave, back into the lineup this week as well, as he looks to go to Fletcher Roberts inside 50. The mark, it is paid. It has to be paid. I was about to say he was juggling that mark, Fletcher Roberts, but while the two former doggies combining, and Fletcher Roberts can go back and kick a crucial first goal for Mulgrave, just starting to get the ascendancy in these last couple of minutes. And Fletcher Roberts can cut the margin back down to 19 points. Of course, before joining Mulgrave, spent a bit of time with Port Melbourne in the VFL. Goes around and goes straight through the middle. Mulgrave get there first. 1-1-7 plays 4-2, 26 Waverley Blues. 15 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It was an interesting move there by Roberts. He sort of pointed to the mark and then sort of to take their distraction and then snapped it around the body, and then the umpire obviously played on. But I was surprised that not an earlier mark. I thought the whistle was broken by the umpire there.
Right. Well, and that's the experience as well of someone who has played at the top level. And if there's one big positive from the first 15 minutes, there's not many for Mulgrave. It's probably Lin Jong's start. Obviously doing quite well after that hamstring injury. As we go down to the boundary side, thanks to Tobin Brothers, Ben Warren Smith.
Just watched Bailey Thomas come off the ground earlier. I can't believe he didn't get a free kick for that. He's very groggy. He's got back up on his feet, but he'll be just trying to walk this one out. I think he'll definitely come back on pretty soon, though.
Yeah, very interesting situation there, especially without the retaliation. That's what strikes me. Anyway, back into the centre after a crucial goal for Mulgrave. Good tap by Plaisted, and it's fallen for the Waverley Blues here. The kick was pressurised, however. Mitchell went in, and Mulgrave will win it back. Bouncing ball towards centre half forward, scooped up. That was really well done by Sam Hale. Was able to evade a tackle. High up and under to Plaisted. He's going to play on. Now over to Miller, keeping it low, short kick. Now to Fresher. Fresher inside forward 50, and guess who? It's Williamson. Just punched away from him in the end, though. That was good defence by Mulgrave. They're going to work it out through handballs. Gervasoni couldn't handle it, however. In went Williamson again, and they're going to wrap it. No, they're not going to wrap it up. Little short chip by Mulgrave. Didn't go particularly far, and Waverley Blues are now back inside forward 50 and Plaisted. They're calling for a touch there in the marking contest, but that's not going to get called, I don't think. And Daniel Plaisted will walk back and try and sink the Waverley Blues 5th. So it's kicked 8 goals for the year as Daniel Plaisted, of course, played his 200th game for the side recently. You'd back him with all the experience that he's had. Plenty of goals along the journey. And it looks like the wind may have affected that one. Just the one behind, so they're not really making the most of all their opportunities, the Waverley Blues, but still looking very dangerous.
7 scoring shots to 2, so concerns for Mulgrave. They have to find out at quarter time. Boundary.
Yeah, guys, Bailey Thompson, who took that, it is now gone into the rooms in the hands of the club doctors, so I want to keep an eye on.
So 4-3, 27 plays, 1-1-7. 7.5 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as the kick in for Mulgrave goes short to this broadcast side back pocket. They go now down the line looking for Tom Gladman. Riley Valanis with the kick out of thin air, really. Gervasoni tried to spin his way out of trouble, couldn't. Umpire pings him, and it'll be Nathan McNamara. Another young gun for the Waverley Blues getting this free kick in defence. Goes back to his captain in Ryan McNamara. To Jack Strongman, who's under pressure there from Todd Kenny, but manages to get a kick away. It just got over the top of Jack Davidson. Link John again out the back, was under plenty of pressure from his Waverley Blues opponents. In fact, that was Manny Sarkisian. And we'll get this ball thrown up inside forward 50 for the Waverley Blues. As Tom Gladman got that tap down. Gervasoni moving it through handballs, Mulgrave, but they turn it over. Mitchell looking for Williamson, who pushed out his opponent. He might still run onto this ball. He does. Really good pickup. Gets the handball away. The shot on goal from Saavedra. And Waverley Blues have their 5th. 5-3-33 plays 1-1-7. We've played 19 minutes here in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The difference in intensity from a Waverley perspective to a Mulgrave, they just want it a lot more, and they're getting open. And It's just so worrying.
And just even that from Williamson, didn't score the goal, but created that goal with that pace that he burnt them with. So to find the open man, and even out on the back here for Waverley Blues, they had so much space to switch it across. So it doesn't matter whether it's in their forward line or back line, they've just got space everywhere. Mulgrave needs to shut that down.
The other big thing is they're not laying their tackles. They've been able to break through tackles very easily, Waverley, so that's something they're going to have to get a lot better at as this game continues. Paddy Saavedra kicking his second goal in his senior career at the Waverley Blues, so good on him. Made his debut this year. And it's Gervasoni trying to spin away from a tackle. Valanis was there to help out, but it's just a turnover immediately. First to the ball, Waverley Blues. On all occasions, it seems, target was Steele. Inside forward 50. Doesn't matter. Came to ground, and Harding just completely flushed his lines and kicked it out in the full. Jared, some scores around the grounds. Berwick 27, Norwood 7, Blackburn 17, Baldwin 7, and Roval lead Noble Park 21-13.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Curtis on the boundary line.
Bailey Thompson now out of the room, boys. Seems very reserved, keeping to himself a bit, but he's back on the bench, so we'll keep an eye on whether he gets back out there or not.
Hope to see him back out there as long as it's at no risk to his health. Brian, you got more scores?
Yes, Vermont also lead East Ringwood 25-20.
Thank you very much. Very interesting Premier Division scores around the grounds there. Definitely keeping an eye on the Blackburn, the Baldwin game. So finally, Mulgrave kick it back in. Curtis is there as the target. McNamara, though, roved it at ground level. Got the handball away. Whistle's gone. And advantage paid. So Mulgrave will take it down the field. Fletcher Roberts had absolutely no one in front of him. So Kenny's going to have to go hard here. Scooped up, though, by Miller for the Waverley Blues. And he's got the outlet kick in Strongman. He's going to go further laterally to the goal kicker, Saavedra. Takes the mark. And he's going to go back into the corridor, just overcooked the kick a little bit. And Mulgrave could pounce on this one. Kick towards the top of the goal square by Gervasoni. Roberts lopes after it into the pocket. He's going to have to be quicker than that. Got the kick away, and it just dribbled over to the wrong side of the post, and one behind for Mulgrave.
I was going to say that BWS talked about the grass being long. In that pocket, it looks exceptionally long, and that ball just slowed up. I like Fletcher. I was trying to dribble it, but went on the MCG, far from it.
As they nearly got the turnover inside forward 50 there, Mulgrave, but they give away free kick. They call it Connor Tilliard, and it's Will Little. It goes out wide to Christopher Duck. Had a good start to this contest as Duck. Down the line he goes. Ryan McNamara is inboard on the right half-back flank for the Waverley Blues, so just slowly moving this ball are the Blues. They look to launch now to Oscar Harding. It falls out the back to Jordan Falloon. Alex Hardy wrapped up. An umpire will call for it. So 22 and a half minutes gone in this first quarter. Waverley Blues lead 5-3-33. Mulgrave 1-1-7. A hot start from the second place Blues will look to move to 9-1 for the season. There's no clear winner in that ruck contest. Jimmy Rufus, his kick was smothered. Lin Jong pounces, got the handball inboard to Evan Sarkisian, goes inside 50 with a really good kick. And Mulgrave have a chance to get a late one here. Just waiting for the player to turn his number around, but that was a really good passage of play.
Batista, I think.
It is. Yeah, it is.
John
Michael
actually
Batista.
got that ball off the rebound of a Waverley Blues player's head. But actually, a bit of luck worked their way that time.
Much better pressure, though.
He'll kick this from directly in front. Will Michael Batista made his senior debut a couple of weeks ago. From about 40 metres out, drifting to the right, stays there. Mulgrave move to 1-3-9. Waverley Blues 5-3-33. 23 minutes gone first quarter on the Betty Bank scoreboard.
That was better by the Lions, though. That kick inside forward 50, that's what they were looking for. It was a lot sharper than some of the entries that they've had previously. So it's Ryan McNamara now to bring it in. Kicks it into the pocket. Strongman was there. Kicks it over now to Rufus. Just at the crook of the arc and the boundary line in his defence. And his kick was marked there by Gissera. So moving the ball slowly here as we've ticked well into time on, and Gissara has just turned it over to the dangerous man. Jong hands it off. Lost handle on the ball, however. Holding the ball, it seems. So Waverley Blues will take advantage, go down the line, play stead. Gee, it would hurt if the Mulgrave concede a late one here. Leading towards it is Williamson, and he's just drawn the free kick. They're getting nervous down there, and it was Jackson Collins, in fact.
It's just the pace. You can't keep up with him. I think they have to look at that matchup sort of at quarter time.
How long until Roberts goes down onto him? And he's picked out a target in the pocket who is completely unmarked. And so the distance is better, but the angle's a little bit harder now. And I believe this is Chris Duck.
It's happened multiple times, Jared, as well. That's how they got the goal through Hale before, just not marking players.
I should hold my tongue before guessing which player this is. I'll wait for him to turn round. He's kicked the goal, I think. Indeed he has. And
he'll probably just run all the way to the bench without turning around.
Completely lost him.
I think it is Chris Duck. It is Chris.
I should have backed myself.
Yeah. It did look an awful lot like Christopher Ducker, who has had a really impressive start to this contest, as have the Waverley boys with 6 of the first 7 goals.
He deserves a goal, the Duck, because he's been excellent out of the middle.
Certainly has. Waverley Blues 6-3-39, Mulgrave 1-3-9. Already a mountain to climb for the Lions out here at Central Reserve. 25.5 minutes gone in this first quarter. As back up in the middle we go. Miller thrown into ruck, got the tap down. John nearly ran onto it. Miller just went to kick off the ground, and then John picked it up really nicely. Goes to the half-forward flank on this broadcast side. The Waverley Blues man got the spoil in. The bounce favours Tyson Hale, who did really well. Got a handball over the top to Jimmy Rufus, who's wrapped up by Ling Jong. That was impressive play from the Waverley Blues. Just getting the fall of the bounce as well, but...
One on two.
Yeah, strong.
You just have to win those ones.
You do, and it results in the ball up, so a chance for both sides to reset as Miller got the tap down. Dean read it well, looks to go straight through the middle, trying to find Alex Hardy, and does. Turns around, goes inside 50, looking for Fletcher Roberts. The kick just sat up. Roberts goes to the snap. It goes to the left, and it'll stay in play. Batista might run onto this. He does. He's got a 2-on-1 in the right side forward back pocket for the Waverley Blues, and the Blues win out. Little got the handball over the top to Samuel Hale, who fumbled it. He managed to get a kick away, but it won't be 15. It won't even reach a teammate as Rufus does really well. Was wrapped up though and pinged. So Mulgrave a late chance, and it looks like it's going to be Michael Batista, who has provided a bit of presence the last couple of minutes in that inside the forward 50. Handballs it immediately. The shot on goal from Valanis will fall short. Affecting the contest there was Alex Hardy, but it's seen through. And Mulgrave moved to 1-4-10. Waverley Blues 6-3-39, 27 minutes gone first quarter.
And the grass might be thicker on that other side. I didn't think it was possible, but the
just stopped.
Just blunk. It's sand traps over there.
Sam Hale over to Steele, who's worked his way up the ground. Now, the inboard kick could have been dangerous, but the safe hands of Will Little made sure of it. He's going to go back out to Steele now, right in front of the Mulgrave dugout.
Again, too easy, just finding these options everywhere.
Yeah.
Exhibit A.
And then that's over to Nathan McNamara. But they're not gaining too much territory. They're just trying to spread Mulgrave's defence and find a hole through there. And it's Strongman who pulls the trigger. Roberts was there, but he couldn't challenge for the mark. It was Rufus, and he just miskicked it straight down the throat of Sarkissian. He's going to go straight into the corridor. Lack of communication there between Valanis and Tilliard, but Valanis was good enough to make up for it. Kicks it out towards Roberts. He's got the much smaller Rufus to challenge him. Paddles it and kicks it along the boundary line. Rufus gets there first and manages to find the boundary line
and
just to make sure. And deliberate. He's paid the umpire. She's paid deliberate.
Should be.
Yeah,
and I agree. So Roberts to take the free kick to the top of the goal square. Punched away by Miller. Scooped up for Mulgrave. Out to Tilliard. He's going to have to evade a tackle. Couldn't quite get the handball away properly. Lin Jong was there. Buries his way under. And it's going to be a ball up. We're going to be hearing the quarter time siren very, very soon. So Mulgrave are under pressure now to kick this one to take something into the quarter time break. Tapped down by Miller for the Waverley Blues. Ball ricochets, and there ends the chances of Mulgrave in this first quarter. 6-3-39 for the Waverley Blues, 1-3-9 Mulgrave. It's quarter time here at Central Reserve. That was the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, of course. Here's Josh Ward with the goal kickers.
So all single goal kickers throughout the contest. Ton Steele, Kyle Vickers, Sam Hale, Oscar Harding, Patrick Saavedra and Chris Stuck as well for the Waverley Blues. Fletcher Roberts, the only goal kicker for Mulgrave. We're going to go to our first ad break here for the Eastland match of the round. When we return, we'll have one of the coaches join us ahead of the second quarter out here at Central Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round out here at Central Reserve. It's the Waverley Blues getting off to a hot start, 6-3-39. Place Mulgrave 1-3 in not a 9 at quarter time. A dominant first quarter from the Blues. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland, Scott Hardy, Ryan Long, along with Ben Moran Smith and Chris Curtis on the boundary. Just the Waverley Blues at their best in that first quarter. The quick transition, the couple of centre clearance goals as well, just right on top of Mulgrave.
It was, and their key players probably looked very dangerous in Williamson. Guys like Duck through the middle. I don't want to be harsh on Mulgrave, but I thought it was pretty soft football in that first quarter. The amount of missed tackles, Waverley just seemed to want the footy a lot more. Every sort of one-on-one contest, a Waverley player would win out. There's been a few highlights of Mulgrave, and it probably comes back to Lin Jong as well. Scott Hardy, who was very impressive in that first quarter, not having played in a few weeks, and probably gave him a little bit of a spark, but they've really got to lift across the board in all areas of the ground.
Yeah, they do, and I think you're right. It's not harsh. It's just that's the reality of it. They're just not playing sort of that hard attacking sort of footy. As we're going to go boundary side.
Well, maybe not.
No,
maybe not.
Maybe I was going to say.
Oh, there we go. There's Chris Curtis.
Yeah, boys, I've just gone up to senior coach Matt Richards and he said, nah, not now. But some of the things he brought up in that quarter time huddle was definitely accountability when tracking runners. He felt that at times the effort wasn't good enough when their players are running off him. So I was told by the medicos as well in that huddle, Bailey Thompson is out and it looks like he's making his way back to the rooms now. So he's done for today.
Yeah, really interesting, that knock. Obviously, it's a fairly decent knock to get concussed to that point. We go boundary side with BWS.
Well, it was a happy team at Waverley Blues at quarter time. Scott Savage really up and about around the boys. Really impressed with the work rate of the boys and the uncontested marks. They outnumbered them 22-8 in that quarter. They were squeezing them up. They were forcing the turnovers. And really, they just put them on the ropes. What he wants in this quarter, he wants them to concentrate on the execution. He doesn't want goal-for-goal football. He wants to go on with it. He wants to see where they're at half-time. And he said, it's all about what you do when you don't have the footy, boys.
I'm sure Scott would have been happy to chat to you, BWS, on that. Unfortunately for Matt, but I was going to say he'd be very, very angry and obviously proven in that.
Well, he should be. Absolutely. Let's see what Mulgrave can do in this second quarter as we head back into the centre of the ground. Playstead tried to wrestle his way out for the clearance, but wrapped up. I think that's Tillyard.
Certainly going to be interesting if they switch the magnets as well, Mulgrave. Williamson's still got Jackson Collins for company, so that's one magnet they haven't switched.
Indeed. Curtis got the tap down this time, but Playstead roved his opponent. Ruckman's ball, kicked it out, and Mittel off the ground, kicks it into the forward 50, follows up his work, gets tackled, but got the handball away regardless. Hale was there for backup. That's Tyson Hale. Jimmy Rufus back now to Mittel. Inboard kick inside forward 50 and strong. Standing under the flight of the ball was Manny Sarkisian. He's going to play on with it. They don't want to mess around here, Mulgrave. Time is sort of against them at this point. Jack Davidson into the centre of the ground. It comes back to Sarkisian. Chain of handballs now. Curtis back to Sarkisian. Inside forward 50. Oh, great intercept mark by Miller. And Waverley Blues will play on from there.
As he goes to the far side, the kick wasn't all too great. It just went underneath Jimmy Rufus and he turns it over. Austin Dean with a nice pick-up and gets the free kick for tripping. So Austin Dean, who's shown glimpses of promise on a wing. He was on this broadcast side wing in the first quarter. He's now out on the far side and he looks like he's going back for the set shot here as he does the traditional thawing of the grass. We'll kick from around a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out. Another player coming, another terrific young talent for this Mulgrave lineup as he sets sail for home, drifting to the left and stays there. Mulgrave missing their chances, 1-5-11. Plays Waverley Blues 6-3-39. We've played 2 minutes in this second quarter on the Biddicker Bank scoreboard.
There has been those chances, Josh. They've had some nice looks at goals from set shots and just missed them. So they need to make them count this quarter.
So a bit of a missed kick there by Waverley Blues, kicking it in, but Sam Hale's going to make it good. Just shrugs the tackle, regains the ball, easy enough. Over to Tyson Hale now, but Mulgrave, they turn it over through Sarkisian. Now in the hands of Curtis, fed it inboard to James. Jong is there, ridden into the ground. Play on, says the umpire. Saavedra gets the handball out, and it's taken over the line by Kyle Vickers.
Here's the pressure by Tyson Hale again. They're Ryan. Like, bloody hell, amazing.
Yeah, both Hales indeed. Back into play on this near side now. Plays dead, taps it down. There's a Waverley Blues man at the bottom of that.
He just wants it so much, Tyson Hale, around this contest. You watch him from these stoppages, just the tackling pressure and those bright blue boots.
Now it's come to Duck, out to Saavedra. He's got a little bit of space to work in. That space completely runs out as Gervasoni lays the tackle, holding the ball. Where to here for Mulgrave? They're going to be finding some goals soon if they keep some of this pressure up. So it's spilled out to Villanis. Duck is in there. Villanis lays the tackle. Ball up.
Well, you're right, Joe. That pressure's much better there. The chase down was good, and that's what was really missing in that first term.
Gladman taps it down. Inboard. Jong is there. Look at the class. Look at the speed as well. And the vision. The kick was just a little miscued out to Villanis. He had to run back with it. And it gave Waverley Blues players time to get there and affect the contest. Miller was one of those players in a wrestle now with Dean. And it's a ball up.
Smart play by Miller there. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He didn't want to get that ball out. He had a 2-on-1 against him. He did well to trap it and not give away the holding the ball free kick.
4 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Large margin for Mulgrave to try and peg back. The kick inside forward 50 miscued once again, and a safe mark taken by the Waverley Blues in defence.
It's the captain, Ryan McNamara, high starting all across the ground. He decides to go to this broadcast side and move it out of their defensive 50 to the Waverley Blues, albeit temporarily. Getting the intercept there was Baxter Leach, probably his first touch of the game. Goes short to Tom Gladman, the 150 gamer, looking for Fletcher Roberts, who was almost taken out of the contest, but legally. And the intercept mark taken by the big ruckman, Daniel Playstead. Down the line he goes, because he's got a player who Nick Fresher all by himself. Bumped into his teammate in Tyson Hale, who managed to get a handball away, but it's to Angus Gervasoni, and the kick inside 50 is a really good one, but the mark was dropped by Davidson. Goes the snap, there's Austin Dean, and misses to the right. Another chance gone begging for Mulgrave, 1-6-12. By 6-3-39, 5 minutes gone in this second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
They're looking better though. Yeah, absolutely they are. Around the ground, Surrey Park 35, Warrandyte 6, Knox 43 leading, Sylvan 26, Ferntree Gully early lead over Donvale 21-8. Look at the Gully. So back into play for the Waverley Blues. Punch over the line though.
That Donvale game's really going to bite me when I wasn't paying attention, was it?
You know what? Donvale, why not?
Yeah,
who are they playing?
Yeah,
Don't know.
Yeah. Don't listen to it, Ron. It wasn't great.
Going back to it. Yeah, right.
Back into play. Curtis v Playstate again, but it's come down to Sarkisian. Great smother by Rufus. He can follow up the work. Body lines the ball. Gets the handball away. And Waverley Blues, quick as a flash, are down in their forward 50 just about. Steele couldn't quite take the mark. He's going to have to work his way around his opponent there. Harding was over the top as a provided option. Punched away from him, however. Steele goes at it again. And it's going to be wrapped up there as Mulgrave are playing the clamps just a little bit around the contest.
Just tell them you cannot kick it on the ground in that pocket. You will not go anywhere.
It's not going to work. Curtis taps it down. Jong there as always. And a relieving kick for Mulgrave. It's going to come back though here through Little. Kicks it inboard. Mark taken by Mittle. So Little to Mittle to back to Little. We're tied in knots here our tongues. And well, it's a great kick forward for the Waverley Blues. Mark taken inside forward 50. He swung round and just kicked it across the face of goal, unfortunately. And just the 1 point for the Waverley Blues.
That was Williamson again, just causing havoc down there.
He's having one of those almost days. If he finishes off his good work, he'll be.
It's been like 3 behinds, 4 behinds so far, I think.
I think it's I got him down for the 3 behinds.
Yep.
But so if you kick those 3 behinds, it's a lot of a bigger margin. As the kick from defence was a very dangerous one from Mulgrave. It did, and it's Angus Gervasoni started to step it up in this second quarter.
Josh Basin in front, 19-4.
Might be right as they turn it over. Cassiano, the backwards kick, looking for Jackson Collins, and Cole Vickers pounces. He can go back and kick his second goal of this contest. Come back to the Waverley Blues this season on Port Melbourne's VFL list since probably around this time last year, and has made an impact since coming back into the lineup. Will kick from a little bit of an angle, but from around 5 metres out. Shouldn't make any mistakes, and he doesn't. Only I was
not far from it.
Very, very close to what is known as the commentator's curse, but it's still a goal. 7-4-46 Waverley Blues. Mulgrave 1-6-12, and just a case of Mulgrave have all the territory, failed to really impact the scoreboard. Waverley Blues go down the other end, probably their first or second entry inside 50, and they get a goal.
Yeah, Scotty, that really hurts. They had all the play for the first 5 minutes of the game, just couldn't quite convert those forward 50 entries, and ends up biting them when it goes the other way. As we go down to the boundary Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, Mulgrave's number 5, Alex Hardy, has come off the field, just pointing above his left knee. He's trying to walk it off at the moment and just consulting with physios as we go, so we'll keep an eye on that.
So down by 34 points, down perhaps a couple of rotations here. Mulgrave are up against it, and they're going to concede another inside 50 here to Mitchell. Bodylining the ball, that was really well done by the big backman there, but Waverley Blues just trying to get it forward. A scramble in defence there by Falloon, and it looks like it's going to be a ball. No, it's a free kick, and it's going to go the way of the Waverley Blues.
Cross down.
Let's go down to BWS.
It was paid a throw.
It was a throw. Thank you very much. So, tricky stuff here. I believe this is Daniel Plays Dead.
It is.
And the 200 gamer from a few weeks ago has just pushed it across the face of goal. So just the 1 point, bit of a let off once again from Mulgrave. 7-5, 47 to 1-6-12 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 9.5 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Collins with the kick in. Called back though. Just have to wait for the goal umpire's signal as he was looking to this broadcast side, or near side. Now decides to go straight through the middle. Kick was again a dangerous one, but still the mark taken there by Tyler Valanis. Goes back to Jackson Collins. Short chipping ball over the top, flirting with danger, but still finding Angus Gervasoni. Goes immediately to Ling Jong, who has to take on 2 opponents. Instead decides to go back to Gervasoni. The kick down the ground from Riley Valanis right in front of us. And a really good effort there by Will Little, who's also stepped it up in this second quarter. The former...
Sorry, no, keep going, Josh. Sorry, I was just going to say Jack Davidson had a very quiet game this far. Normally one of their standouts.
So we'll get this ball thrown back into play. Gladman just took his opponent out of ruck in Zach Miller and goes inside 50, 2-on-1 in favour of Waverley Blues, but it falls out the back to Fletcher Roberts, who can almost dribble its way to goal. It's at the top of the goal square. Middle's going to run onto it up against Austin Dean. And Middle sees it out of bounds for a boundary throw, and so another chance for Mulgrave to get on the scoreboard here at the 11-minute mark of this second quarter.
Bounce didn't really favour Dean there. It's just kept going away from goal, so missed opportunity. But having a look around the grounds, North Ringwood 52 over Bayswater 13, Park Orchard 34, Mirrabah 3.
So who's going to rove it? Waverley Blues do. Kick out of defence, and a free kick for over the shoulder is going to be paid against Mulgrave, and it's going to go to Jamison. Haven't called his name much. He gets it over to Duck on the wing. Had to delay the handball a little bit for his man to come forward, and the kick was low and it was strong, and it was to Rufus. His kick just hit the ground before it made it to Steele. 2-on-1 situation now from him. Turning this way, and that is Williamson, and he just places the kick right out in front of his teammate. Easy as you like.
How much space?
Yeah, it was very, very short, but it's Nick Fresher. He was paid the mark, and he's going to go back and look for his first goal of the day, and that's one thing. They've had 6 individual goal scorers. This would be 7 if he kicks it, which is very, very dangerous. They've got options everywhere, just like they did in the Division 3 days. Nick Fresher comes in. He's just pushed it left. Oh, I hit the post. It was coming back slightly. The woodwork got in the way.
With all the missed opportunities, they've probably just slightly kept the door open for Mulgrave. This game could be even further blown out.
It's 48 plays, 12 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It's a better run.
This is really good run. It ends in the hands of Tyler Valanish. Smart chipping ball over the top, finds Austin Dean. Been very lively in this second quarter. Jason Miller came in from the side and got the spoil in under plenty of pressure from Angus Gervasoni, but just shrugged him off. Got it to Saavedra, whose handball was an errand one. And it results in a boundary throw in again as we cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Mulgrave's Alex Hardy back out on the field, boys.
Good to hear.
It's terrific to hear, because if Hardy went down, it would have been 2 rotations for the remainder of the contest for Mulgrave and would have made it an even bigger mountain to climb. They trail by 36 points, 6 straight kicks as Gladman. His tap was a really big one. Gervasoni on hands and knees, got it out to Sarkisian of the Evan variety and misses to the left.
Waverley just filled that hole really nicely with the spare player back there to shut it down, and then just the missed shot by Mulgrave. But pleasing from Mulgrave, that run on that far side was a lot better, and probably need to use more of that, just take the game on a little bit more and roll the dice, because at this stage they've really got nothing to lose and they need to find a way to win.
Long high ball. Target was Harding from the kick in. Spilt to ground. Heavy work done on Vickers there as he went to ground, but the ball's come forward for Waverley Blues. Kick by Rufus. It's found Jamison, and he's going to lower the eyes, and Williamson just drops it. Mulgrave needed reinforcements. Hardy was one of those. Collins now. He's just going to kick it in hope. Duck's the only man in the area. He's going to scoop it up. He's got time and space. Villanis was in front of him, and Saavedra was just over the top. Takes the mark. And it looks like he's going to go back and look for his second goal of the day.
Williamson was calling for that early on, but...
And, well, he's just kicked it in the middle of a couple of options. So in two minds, it seems. So Mulgrave will pounce on this opportunity. Duck is there in a one-on-one situation. Out the back was Little. He gets the safe kick backwards, and Waverley Blues are happy to just work this one out without going too overzealous. Well, he's turning this way and that. Gets the handball over the top. Good thing he had an option there because he was in trouble. Miller kicks it forward for the Blues. Williamson overran it. And Mulgrave defence, well, they were able to win the ball that time, and Jong, a safe kick out of defence, and it's going to end up with Sarkisian. He's going to play on with it. Jong kept running for it. The handball made him wait a little bit, out to the other Sarkisian. Little handball over the head was clever, a little bit Lairish. But Sarkisian, now he's going to share it around with Gervasoni. He's walked his way into a little bit of trouble, had to find the outlet kick to Hardy. Gee, they're dancing on the edge of a knife here at Mulgrave. Hardy inside forward 50. Over the top goes Roberts. Takes a flying mark. And he's going to go back, and that deserves a goal, if nothing else.
Oh, that was their best transition work as well. They weren't rushing it. I know a couple of times they looked like they were in a bit of a panic, but they made the right choices, hit up the right targets, and a Ringwood Mazda Mark of the Week contender.
I was about to say, that is a genuine contender, that one from Roberts.
Can Fletcher Roberts finish it off with Mulgrave's second goal of the day?
Yes, he can.
And yes, he can. Sigh of relief there as Roberts gets his second goal of the day as well. 2-7-19 to the Waverley Blues, 7-6, 48, 16 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard in the second quarter here from Central Reserve. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast here on Eastern 98.1 or the Facebook and YouTube streams, the Eastland Match of the Round.
It's pleasing from a Mulgrave perspective that they can find that transition. Like you said, sort of through the middle, Jong leading the charge. He's been exceptional for Mulgrave today, and thank God he's out on the park for them because they'd really struggled there. He used it probably about 3-4 times, found the right options, and then moved forward. They're right.
Across down boundary side.
Just the beauty of being able to watch the replay even when you're not up in the grandstand, just watching it there on YouTube, and great camera work there by Megan Green from LM Media, the best in the business.
And a great call there by Jared Bainland as Mulgrave look to get the clearance. They do now through Baxter Leach, looking for Evan Sarkisian up against it, and turning it over there was Samuel Hale. His kick was a really good one to Matt Jamison. Onto his left he goes. His kick flirted with danger, but still was taken by Nick Fresher, who looks for options inside 50. Got a couple of leads. Got a player calling for it deep. Decides to go short to this broadcast side, half forward flank. And taking the mark there, Christian Gisara, who's worked his way up the ground. Now goes inside 50 to the hot spots, and Mulgrave have the numbers. The intercept mark taken there by Mitchell Prosser, also back into the lineup this week. Goes lateral to Sam Cassiano, his captain. Also came back in the lines, lost to Templestowe. Now forced to go down the line to a 2-on-1 in favour of Waverley Blues. The one was Roberts, did really well to affect the contest. And there's a throw been paid in the direction of Evan Sarkisian. Handballs it immediately to his brother Manny. Got it to Angus Gervasoni. Goes down the line looking for Austin Dean. Again on 2-on-1 in favour of Waverley Blues. Nathan McNamara. In fact, it's Jack Strongman who sees it out of bounds for boundary throw and forward to centre for Mulgrave on the far side.
I think that's been the thing with Waverley Blues as well, right? Like that pressure. It's always been a 2-on-1 or there's like a 3-on-1, and they've just found that extra space that Mulgrave just does not have at all. The space that they have for their kicks as well, and probably that's the difference is the effectiveness of their kicks being a lot cleaner than Mulgrave.
That's right, and it's a side who knows this ground very well now after the 7 weeks that they've played here. So after Hardy laid a tackle on Saavedra from that clearance, we'll have another ball up, and Jong just about to get the clearance, couldn't quite do so. Upended was James. Waverley Blues, numbers at the ball. Duck, the strength of the Duck, got it out to, well, Mitchell nearly had it, but Mulgrave were able to turn it over, and they turned it over themselves, kicking it down the throat of the intercept marker, the defence of Waverley Blues. They're going to run on with it. This is Joel Hatch. Kicks it into the pocket. Tonsteel's going to have to bust a gut to get to it. Does so. Got it on the bounce. Evaded one. Dismissed the other. Back to Hatch, though. And Hatch is going to load up once again. A little bit of a miss kick there. Saavedra had to make it work. And Mitchell, well, he just took a hold of it. Took a hold of the game by the scruff of the neck. Not quite. Lined up. Nearly got the goal. And it was Sam Cassiano taking the intercept mark in defence for Mulgrave.
Gervasoni has it on the right back pocket for Mulgrave.
How easy did he find it middle just to be able to
boundary
get past everyone?
Cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Josh, we heard that one about 3 times down here, once from the headset and a couple of times from the echo, but the boys on the Waverley bench are absolutely loving your work, mate, so keep it up.
Absolutely loved it.
As Connor Tilliard takes the mark on the half-back flank for Mulgrave. Goes straight through the middle, taking the game on once again, but turning it over. Inside 50 goes the Waverley Blues. Vickers spun his way out of trouble nearly. Had a really good tackle applied by his Mulgrave opponent, and we'll have a ball up. 20.5 minutes gone in this second quarter. We're into time on in the Eastland match of the round between Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. 48 plays 19 as Vickers just stuck his way out of one. Got it to Chris Stark, who tried the don't argue. Handball over the top to Playstead. They're working this through handballs, and they get the shot on goal, but miss. Nick Fresher with the behind, his second.
How's the space that he had as well? He just ran again, just unmarked. That's all they need to do. Just man up, stick with your man, and see where it goes from there. They're just allowing so much space.
7-7-49 plays 2-7-19, 21 minutes gone. Bendigo Bank scoreboard in this second quarter.
Collins with kicking duties. Fresher was able to interfere with Mulgrave's path forward. Ryan with some scores on around the grounds.
Yes, Berwick still lead Norwood 36-17. Blackburn 44 to Baldwin 21, and Vermont also 13 points in front of East Ringwood.
My roughie, but not a roughie because I wasn't on the podcast. Blackburn looking good. So back into play, scrapping it out. Mulgrave got the kick forward onto the wing. Standing under it was Gladman, but good defensive work over the top by the Waverley Blues.
Blackburn would have to be a bit of a riser in your power rankings this week if they pull this one off.
I think so. I think they'd have to go over Rowville potentially, depending on what happens in their game today. Anyway, back at the ranch, back at Central Reserve, in fact. The clearance goes the way of the Waverley Blues, but Prosser got in the way of that, hands it out, and they're working it out. Sarkissian just upended there. And now Waverley Blues to feast on him. And holding the ball, Jimmy Rufus to take the free kick, kicks it inboard. Over to centre half forward, Hatch. Well, he's going to dodge one. He's going to have to dodge another as Dean was pressing from behind into the goal square. What a one-handed mark by Tonsteel. Just juggled it and took it down into his chest. And this man, he's kicked one for the day. 13 for the year. Used to play for Ormond. Was one of Tom Langford's better finds, and he slotted it. That's the 8th goal for the Waverley Blues. They move to 8-7-55. Mulgrave 2-7-19. We're in time on in this second quarter.
Yeah, that's a fantastic grab. Used the body so well, and it's very hard to defend that when you've got the talents of someone like him.
I am going to say it is a Ringwood Master Mark of the Week contender. Still not as good as Fletcher Roberts' mark, but still Terrific goal, nevertheless, from Ton Steele and the Waverley Blues, back out to a 6-goal margin.
Josh, a bit of a shootout out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve, 54-67 approaching half-time. Surrey Park 63, Warrandyte 12.
Back up in the middle we go. Bryce Curtis with the tap down into Chris Stark. Curtis became the tackler. Gervasoni wrapped up.
Division 4 scores. Chermside Park lead Nuttawading by 8 points, and Croydon North Emlock a 3-point lead over Forest Hill.
We spoke about Croydon North Emlock being the smoky in that one.
They certainly are proving. I think it was Spider who tipped them yesterday as well.
I tipped them too, Josh.
I think a few of us did.
I'm a brave man tipping Forest Hill. I think it was myself and Jared who tipped Forest Hill, but
indeed.
Hasn't gone too far, the ball. Now it has, because Curtis got the handball, but it was a backwards one, and it's turned over. Waverley Blues turned it over to Alex Hardy. It's turnover city in this passage of play. James Middle had a really good second quarter. Goes for Ton Steele. Did really well to get hands to it, but couldn't take the mark. And just pushing his opponent backwards there. That was Mitchell Prosser, and Nick Fresher just gained a bit of meterage for the Waverley Blues. Gets the stoppage inside forward 50. Ton Steele looks a bit ginger after that marking contest. In the meanwhile, the Waverley Blues get a holding the ball free kick, and it looks like his right ankle is looking hurt there, Ton Steele, which would be a bit of a loss there for the Waverley Blues, as Jay O'Connell will go back for this set shot.
He's making it go the long way around.
Nearly broke the other ankle.
We got him out just like Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, Stu just on the back of that contest looked like he landed awkwardly, might have turned his ankle a bit, tried to put weight on it. It's better as it's going on, but not great now.
It's Jay O'Connell from outside 50, goes for home. Curtis balls it through. 8-8-56 the Waverley Blues. Mulgrave 2-7-19, 25 minutes gone, second corner on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Jeez, Jay really didn't have any sympathy for
He wanted the goal.
further away from the interchange.
Didn't want to ruin his momentum, his run-up.
So back into play. And it was Davidson for Mulgrave, turned it straight over. And Waverley Blues kick lateral to Miller. Right in the centre of the ground. He's got pressure coming from behind. Got the handball away just. And they're going to work it out again. Waverley Blues, McNamara. There's a long kicking option over to Sam Hale. This is. Lowers the eyes once again as the Waverley Blues do so well. Mulgrave read that, however. Punched it away, and it's now fallen into their hands. It was a 2-on-1 situation, and Gladman just a little too big to bend down and pick it up in that. Gisara received the handball, was under pressure, just fumbled it at the last moment as he tried to give the handball off, and Mulgrave didn't give him any quarter for that. So it's come back to Tilliard, tripped over, and they'll take the free kick and advantage. Villanis, this is Tyler, steps one man, hands it over to his brother. Riley sends it forward. Roberts is one out against Strongman. Strongman gets the punch away. Miller's here for backup. And he's going to affect the little chip over the top of the head of McNamara, so it wasn't perfect, but Zach Miller was there to clean it up. Back to McNamara and now to Little. They're working it out well. Little to Mitchell. They're just making things hard for me. And Mitchell made it hard for his teammate Miller. Fresher. And he was tackled. Just held him up with that handball there, and Mulgrave's pressure, one out. The ruck contest now, the ball just completely clean bowled everyone and found its way over the boundary line like it had a mind of its own.
Boundary throw-in, 27 minutes gone in this second quarter in the Eastland match of the round.
Some scores around the grounds in this division. Croydon lead East Burwood by 9 points. Ringwood trail Templestowe by 30.
As Hardy got the clearance, Jong on the runway, looping handball over the top. It eventually finds his teammate. Jong gets the ball back from... That was Todd Kenny, goes backwards to go forwards, but they won't get a chance to get a goal on the board at Mulgrave because the half-time siren has gone. And they trail by 37 points, 8-8-56 the Waverley Blues, 2-7-19 Mulgrave. Jared Bainland with the goal kickers.
Two multiple goal scorers for the Waverley Blues. Ton Steele, unfortunately, off with that ankle injury. He has 2 so far, 1 in each quarter. Carl Vickers has 2, Sam Hale with 1. Oscar Harding 1, Chris Duck and Paddy Saavedra join them. And Fletcher Roberts, the only goal scorer for Mulgrave, he's got 2. And so we'll be back after this break with a halftime show Thank you very much for joining us on 98.1 Eastern FM, the YouTube and Facebook pages. We'll be back for the halftime show after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Central Reserve. Take number 3 here at the Eastland Match of the Round. Waverley Blues 88-56 to the Lions 2-7-19. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Chris Curtis and Ben Warren-Smith. It looks like we're doing this a bit of COVID style, the way we're spread out on the table, or we just don't like each other. But boys, you've been down at the boundary and watching all the action in the first half. Very strong first half from the Waverley Blues. Chris, I'll start with you. Mulgrave certainly picked up their intensity a little bit in that second term, but the way they use this ground, they've been able to find targets all by themselves. It's been a very dominant display so far.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you boys up here mentioned Josh Williamson just getting tons of the footy early on in that game. It seemed like he had free roam in the forward 50. His impact's kind of dropped off as the quarter and the half eventually went on, but like you said, players like Vickers and Saavedra through the middle just really putting the pain to Mulgrave and making their shots count. I've noticed when they're going forward, it's a lot of set shots, a lot of good chances, when Mulgrave are really looking to just convert on half chances.
What's impressed you about this side the most, Ben? They've been able to kick 8 goals in the first half and potentially probably should have 10 to 12 goals with some missed opportunities as well.
What's really impressed me, and it'll go a long way for the rest of their season, is the work rate of this side. They are not stopping. They are just going. Every contest, to even watch them when they're using the interchange really well, and we've got a good spot for that. And they know when they need to come off. They're making those changes and they're bolting into position. They're just squeezing up Mulgrave at every single contest. They are forcing turnovers turnover after turnover. Mulgrave are working their way through where they might link up once or twice, but once it gets to that third or fourth time, the pressure from the Waverley Blues is right there, and they are just forcing the turnover time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the way they move the ball so quickly that they catch Mulgrave out of position on the transition multiple times once they get the turnover, and it's really hurt the line so far. Did you see any sort of improvement in that second term? Oh, the biggest thing for me in that first quarter, there were multiple occasions where missed tackles, they were able to break through tackles so easily, especially through the middle of the ground, and then present themselves up forward. I thought they got a little bit better in that second quarter, but still it seems to happen a fair bit, Chris.
Yeah, well, look, we said, Beto just said Waverley had the work ethic and they were running the hardest, and that's what they were doing great. But you got to look on the other hand, and for a quarter-time huddle speech that was really about accountability and sticking with your runners and not just letting them have a free roam through the middle, there was really no improvement on that behalf from Mulgrave from what I saw. A lot of the time when the Blues pushed the ball forward, they had the numbers advantage in forward 50 and somehow still had the numbers advantage in the defensive 50.
We talked about the what was said by Savage at quarter time with how much they dominated in the uncontested marks. I thought Mulgrave pulled that back a fair bit in the second quarter. I'm not too sure what the stats were, but leaving men unattended, especially in that back line, like sort of shrunk, I would think. But like the improvements really got to come through the midfield and that work rate really, and you're not going to get yourself back in the game unless you have got you start to match and like improve on what Waverley Blues have shown in that first half. Then it's going to be really hard for the Waverley Blues to sustain that for like 4 quarters, especially on this cow paddock. Like Monash City Council, like get some mowers down here or invest in a couple of cows. It is like ridiculous down at some of these forward pockets. The grass is ridiculously long.
To the right-hand side of the screen, that ball a couple times in the pockets
just
drops into the pockets.
It's not the worst it's ever been here, though. It used to be inches high.
Yeah, right.
It's an interesting one, but
they've got coin. Monash City Council lift your game.
We'll leave that conversation till a later date. But,
hand over to our sponsor, Monash City Council.
Well, they got to plug a few times.
Yes, they did. Just on their forward 50 entries as well, the Lions. Besides going to Roberts, I don't think they have too many other options. At least they're not using them, Chris. Every time they seem to look likely, it's through the hands of Fletcher Roberts.
Yeah, exactly right. And again, it comes down to that numbers advantage that Waverley Blues have set up in defensive 50. But really, you feel like apart from Alex Hardy and Ling John going through the middle, there isn't an awful lot of service going to players like Roberts or anyone else in that forward line, for example. There was a few times we saw when they were kicking to the right of screen, for a big guy like Roberts, it was almost comical because the ball just wouldn't quite sit up for him when they got it to him. But you feel like they need to start winning the ball in the middle a bit more to get that supply and really diversify their attacking line.
Certainly right. We're going to go around the grounds before we go to our last ad break here. Looking at Premier Division, Blackburn still leading Baldwin by 10 points, 6-8, 44 to 5-4, 34. Berwick lead Norwood 42 to 17 at halftime. The Lions and the Dogs, it's a Dogs 44 to Doncaster's 28. Roval and Noble Park all tied at halftime, 7-5 apiece. And East Ringwood have hit back with the last 3 goals to lead 51 to 46 Vermont.
Ooh.
So that's a close one out there. In Division 1, Montrose have kicked away 11-4, 70 to Doncaster, 6 straight 36. Park Orchards lead Mooroolbark 48 to 9. North Ringwood 77 to Bayswater 27. Going into Division 2, Boronia had a close lead over Lilydale at quarter time by less than a goal. Getting an update now, they've stretched that out to 49 to 14 at half time there. Jumping back into Division 2 games, Ringwood versus Templestowe. Templestowe a 5-goal lead over the Redbacks at half time. Heathmont with a 1-point lead over the Basin, and Croydon lead by 9 points over East Burwood. Division 3 footy, Coldstream big leaders over Oakley District 54 to 27. Donvale back in front of Ferntree Gully by 5 points. Sylvan versus Knox, a 13-point lead to the Falcons in an 18-goal first half from the two sides. Surrey Park big leaders over Warrandyte 73 to 12. Upper Ferntree Gully versus Fair Park is a night game, 6:30 p.m. under lights out there at Kings Park. You'll be out there, won't you, Ben Warren Smith?
Good luck to that.
in Division 4, Croydon North Hemlock 3-point leaders over Forest Hill, and Churnside Park a goal leading Nutter wanting 39-33, boys, before we let you go, and getting back to the boundary. Can you make any sort of case for Mulgrave just to get back into the game at somewhat, or is this going to be a big blowout?
Oh, I liked him going in. I really did. But yeah, I mean, just off what that first half has shown us, I don't see it happening. You know, we said, can Waverley Blues, can they sustain that kind of work ethic, that kind of intensity for the whole half? Do they really need to if they're up 37 points already? So I reckon Waverley Blues see this through comfortably.
They'll be looking to at least, they need to win each quarter, right? And they need to peg it back by a minimum of 3 goals in this quarter. This is like the main 30 minutes of the game for them. They really need to step it up. They'll be motivated from what they've heard in the rooms there. This is their time to shine, and if they can't do it, well, then the margin could get ugly.
Certainly right. We're going to go to our last break here for the Eastland match around halftime.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Central Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. Waverley Blues 8-8-56 leading Mulgrave 2-7-19. We're just about to get started in the third quarter out here in this crucial Division 2 clash. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland, Scott Hardy, Ryan Long, Chris Curtis and Ben Warren-Smith. What do Mulgrave need to do in this second half, fellas, to get really back into this contest?
Pressure's got a lift for one. Their work through the midfield probably hasn't had enough contributors. Johns really fought hard, I thought. But when you look at Waverley, there's not a single person on that ground that hasn't performed their role. They find their space. Once they turn over the footy, they use it well in transition, and they've caught Mulgrave out of position quite a lot. So if they can pick up their work, particularly through the midfield, that might be able to put Waverley back on the back foot, Scott, and potentially just change the game a little bit.
The thing that's impressed me the most about Waverley Blues, just their sort of extra efforts, the second, the third, like even when they don't have the ball, the tackling pressure, their sort of openness to try and prop in space. And obviously Mulgrave need to find that themselves. They just can't find space. They can't find an effective kick. I think their effective kicking has killed them when you compare it to Waverley Blues. But when we have seen them run with the ball, they've done very well. So I think they've just got to take on the game a little bit more and put a bit more pressure around that centre stoppage.
As we're about to get set for the third quarter out here, Jared Beanland to get us underway.
So let's see if Mulgrave can put some more score on the board this time. Jong from the centre, that's what they need. He's just going to burst away from Duck. Gets the handball forward to Dean, and the kick inside forward 50. Sorry, that's Dean down there right now. Takes it in the pocket, centering ball towards the top of the goal square. The mark needs to be taken, just wasn't quite. Sarkissian's there to help out. And it's Miller for the Waverley Blues. Safe handball, but fumbly hands for Waverley Blues. Mitchell was decked. Little was decked. It was over to Mitchell. Now Sarkissian from the boundary line snaps it back to the top of the goal square, and the mark's been taken by Roberts.
Strong mark there. Unfortunately for Gladman, just missed that earlier one. That would have brought the house down if he'd marked it.
Looks like he started as the deepest forward, whereas that first 2 quarters Fletcher Roberts did. So maybe trying to get him into the game a bit more, Matt Richards.
Yeah, I think Gladman just sort of around that centre, just trying to struggle with that match-up or keeping up in the pace.
For his third goal, Fletcher Roberts. He's the sole goal scorer for Mulgrave so far today, and he continues that trend, 1 on each quarter. But this one comes very early in this one, and that's important for Mulgrave. Well, they're on the board.
That's exactly the start they needed. They were strong out of the midfield, started with Jong again, used the ball well, and they found their targets over the top, and that's a strong finish from Roberts, who has been very handy up forward for them. But they do need some other players to obviously contribute to the scoreline if they are going to win.
And, and the thing is, they haven't had Jong sort of for quite a period over the last few weeks with injury. Yep. So to have him back in, he has made a world of difference. But it's those other players in those weeks gone by that need to sort of stand up and contribute just as much as he is. That's and right. We're saying that, you got Fletcher Roberts up forward. He does play a good down back, but you've got to keep him up forward at the moment because he's their only scoring option.
Well, yeah, they just won't score without him.
Yeah, certainly. Maybe it comes down to the likes of Gladman, Tilliard in midfield to help out Jong and Roberts. Is back up in the middle we go. Tilliard nearly sharked that clearance. It's Mulgrave who will eventually get hands on this footy. Tilliard wrapped up though. Joel Hatch as we cross down boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, Tonstill's got that ankle wrapped up and he's back out there, so good to go.
So that is great for Waverley Blues perspective as I have another ball up right on the edge of the turf wicket out here at Central Reserve. Forward of centre for Mulgrave, 2.5 minutes gone. They've got the first goal of this second half as Curtis was taken out of it by Daniel Playstead. Jong looming large around this ball, applies the tackle there on Nick Fresher, and we'll get a ball up. Still inside the centre square out here at Central Reserve. Forward of centre though for Mulgrave will look to get the first couple of goals on the board in this third quarter as Playstead got the tap down. Mulgrave man and Jack Davidson was taken high and he'll look to play on immediately because he's got Fletcher Roberts on the lead. Flies and takes the mark. Fletcher Roberts can go back and kick his 4th goal and Mulgrave's 4th goal scored.
And yeah, we talked about Jack Davidson needing to stand up. I think he is one that can make a difference to Mulgrave if he has an impact sort of through that middle. And that was a really nice kick leading in towards the forward 50.
And we talked about it during that first quarter. The delivery inside forward 50 wasn't good. That was pinpoint, and they need that in this third quarter if they are to get into the contest. As Roberts comes in, drifts to the right and stays to the right. Another missed chance for Mulgrave, 3-8-26. They are the Waverley Blues, 8-8-56. 3.5 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Betty Go Bank scoreboard.
McNamara to take the kick in for the Waverley Blues. Searching for options. Sorry, this is Joel Hatch, in fact. So he's going to go straight up the corridor. Nearly intercepted. Miller got it, an important hand to the ball, but it's come straight back out to Sarkissian, and he's found a target inside forward 50. So going back to have a look at this one is Todd Kenny. Haven't called his name all that much today, but he could make his mark here. And get a score on the board. A goal on the board, more importantly. No, he's going to hand it off to Lin Jong. Let's loose from 40. And he's got it. 2 in a row for Mulgrave. And an important start here to the third quarter for the Lions.
And just down to BWS. What's that win like down there, BWS?
Boys, he's out of action for a bit 'cause he's currently tucking into a burger, but it's...
I could see. I timed it well. That's comedy. Well done.
He's not even on the right side of the fence.
It's pretty still down here. We're just off that last goal. The Mulgrave dugout weren't too impressed that handoff didn't go to Manny Sarkisian to start with, but Lin John got the business done, so all good from there.
Lee Green gave it an 8 out of 5, which I had to try it. It was magnificent. Fully dooly.
2 8s out of 5 I gave it. I was one on top of Blake's previous high score.
Thanks, BWS.
Waverley Blues work it through handballs. Get it out to Ryan McNamara, who's streaming through the middle of Central Reserve. Goes inside 50. It falls out now to Jackson Collins. Just went through a couple of Waverley Blues opponent. Goes down the line. Couldn't find Evan Sarkisian. Austin Dean with the quick handball was too hot for Sarkisian. Got the tackle in alongside Todd Kenny, and we'll get a ball up.
Scott, they look a lot more confident to take the game on as they did there at half-back. A few better passages of play. Just, you can see the spark.
I like the change around that ruck. I like leaving Gladman up forward and just sort of having that extra height. It takes a little bit of pressure away in those contests up and under for Roberts.
As Playstick got the tap down this time. Rufus was wrapped up by Lin Jong, and Sarkisian stole it from him. Gets it out to his brother Manny. Goes inside 50 with a really good ball. Does Manny Sarkisian to Austin Dean. Got Fletcher Roberts calling for a deep, and he heads in that direction. Got a 2-on-1. Affected the contest. On the ground there was Riley Valanis, but Waverley Blues have the numbers. Jason Miller decides to take a bounce. Goes straight through the middle. Kick wasn't 15, so Joel Hatch will have to play on immediately. Far side he goes, looking for James Middle. And he can slow the Templary down here. Been solid on a wing, as has Carl Vickers with the 2 goals today. The Port Melbourne VFL listed star. As will be forced to go down the line now to a 2-on-2. Make that a 2-on-1 now in favour of Mulgrave. Curtis couldn't take the mark. Scooping up really well was Jack Davidson. Good start to this third quarter. They get it out now. Back to Davidson as he is forced to go down the line after he was corralled by his Waverley Blues opponent. Hatch was wrapped up by Ling Jong, and we'll have a ball up around 65 metres out from the Mulgrave goal on the far side.
Let's see what Mulgrave can muster from this contest. Curtis taps it down, roved well by O'Connell, who's just gone to ground. We'll have another stoppage.
Much better pressure around the centre or around these sort of clearances from Mulgrave, just to sort of trap it in, not allow Waverley Blues that easy access out.
Yeah, the repeat stoppages are a good sign here for Mulgrave, showing that they are applying pressure as Gervasoni gets the kick inside forward 50. It came off hands. Waverley Blues defence are going to hold true here. It's come to Little and now out to Mitchell. Stop it. Down the line for the Waverley Blues. Bouncing ball, it's in dispute right now. Meeting it hard there was Ton Steele. No fear from that ankle injury before. Good to see him back out on the ground. He's an exciting player. He was wrapped up. We'll have a stoppage. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, the only thing I would like to see Mulgrave more so from their forwards, just that tackling pressure. Waverley Blues seem to get it out a little bit easy through hands.
Mulgrave this time managed to escape the stoppage. Playstead was well placed in defence. Got an important hand to it. Curtis wrapped up by Little. Swung round was Tilliard. Got the handball away to Dean. He's going to centre the ball here. This could be a great kick. I just went over the top. Kenny run back onto it. Now over the top to Sarkisian. This is Manny. Top of the goal square. And Roberts just out-muscled Strongman. Proof the lie to the name of his opponent. And he's going to go back. Well, no, he's probably quite strong, let's be honest. But Fletcher Roberts, he's got 3. This is a cinch for a 4th. Bang. Mulgrave back into it.
Well, he's proven a handful now up forward, and that's a bit more pressure on those back 6 of the Waverley Blues now. They're getting those one-on-one contests where Roberts in a very deep position up forward, and he's been able to convert to. And I mean, after everything we said in the first half, it's back to 3 goals. It's an 18-point game, which is a little remarkable to think from those early stages of the first and second quarter.
But that's, I guess, the thing we sort of said about Mulgrave, sort of that consistency. And it hasn't been a great first half, but they can play good football when it's applied. And I think Waverley have to be mindful of that.
They certainly are putting their best foot forward. Mulgrave, they're right back into this contest. 8-8-56, the Waverley Blues. Mulgrave 5-8-38, 4 goals for the Lions, going to Fletcher Roberts, and he might get another chance here as Tilliard goes inside 50 in the Roberts direction. No mark taken. In fact, here is Tilliard, who applied the tackle, and a really strong tackle at that. Looks like he's been thrown up forward, the star midfielder.
Yeah, Valanis who got the kick inside 50.
Maybe that's a magnet switch. Riley Valanis into midfield as Zachary Miller got the tap down. Sarkissian's going to run onto it, but spilt it. Waverley Blues have the numbers. The kick from defence is a dangerous one, and a really good mark by Manny Sarkissian.
Been good this quarter.
He has been really good on a wing. Has Manny Sarkissian, the younger brother of Evan, as he looks in the Roberts direction. Got a one-on-one. Strongman did well this time. Got the spoil to Jay O'Connell, whose handball was almost a hospital hand pass. Rufus manages to get the kick away. Vickers again ducks his way out of trouble.
That tackle by Braden James doesn't stick if this was the first half, and he was able to hold up Rufus well.
And that's better from Mulgrave. That's what I was saying, just that pressure in the forward.
Gladman just taps it right down the throat of Gervasoni. His kick was smothered, however, by Vickers. Now handball, trickling one into the centre of the ground. Duck, can he fight his way through 3 opponents? Didn't have to, as he had Mitchell out there as an option. Throwing himself into it was Valanis. Now Gervasoni gets the handball over, and this is going forward was Jack Davidson.
Downfield.
And it's a downfield free kick, because Davidson might have been hit late.
He was just not too hard, but enough to put him over.
So Lin Jong tried to claim it. It was a bit cheeky there, but he's going to give it over to Austin Dean, who's the man closest. So what can Aussie Dean do here? He didn't look too confident in terms of lining up the shot, so he's going to go to the top of the goal square. Roberts was the obvious target. Vickers there to help out, though. Miller now is just going to desperately try and find the boundary line. They're all claiming it was out in the full.
Just deliberate, they were trying to get.
Yeah, I guess the hands out were in appeal rather than trying to mimic the umpire's symbol.
It's called the Wayne Brasher of deliberate appeal.
So handball out from the Waverley Blues. They're in the pocket there. Vickers just had to try and shrug the Dean tackle. Can he tackle, in fact? Wasn't able to do so. We'll have another ball up. So Mulgrave really threatening here. I'd ask Paul what the inside 50s have been this quarter, but he's not here. So tap down. This is Valanis. Hands it off to Gervasoni now. Manny Sarkissian centering ball, top of the goal square. Who's there? It's Roberts, of course. Just out of his hands. Had to turn tackler. Waverley Blues struggling in defence. Strongman got a really risky kick back to Joel Hatch. He's on the retreat. Gets the chip over the top. Had to be a delicate, clever one there to Vickers, and he's going to tell them to slow it down.
So he's on this left back pocket, decides to go to the right with a lateral kick to to Strongman. Hatch now takes a bounce, gets it out of defensive 50 and goes straight through the middle of Central Reserve because he's got 2 Waverley of his teammates there. Gladman just trying to come through like a steam train. He couldn't though.
Well, if you're talking about playing with confidence, that was very confident to just throw himself into 2 men.
So get a ball up in the centre square, forward off centre for Waverley Blues as they'll get this clearance. Christian Jasara, his kick was nearly smothered, still got it away in time. Batista affected the contest, and a really good tackle applied by James Middle, who has certainly impressed me on a wing with his delivery and his work rate across the ground. There's this ball thrown back up. Gladman was nearly taken out of it. It falls into Mulgrave hands now, but not going anywhere. And we'll get a ball up. 13.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. In the Eastland match of the round, Waverley Blues 8-8-56, Mulgrave 5-8-38. Alliance have come charging in this third quarter. Can they continue to build on the momentum they've gained? They can't at the moment. It's in their defensive half. It's another forward half stoppage for the Waverley Blues. As getting the tap down from behind was Zachary Miller. It was a really good passage of play from the Waverley Blues. Ends in the hands of Jimmy Rufus, who goes for home. And spoiled through by Jackson Collins. 8-9-57 the Waverley Blues. Mulgrave 5-8-38. That's their first score on the board in this third quarter for Waverley Blues on the Bendigo Bank score. 14.5 minutes played.
Collins has been, I was going to say Collins has been good down back. He's had that match up on Williamson, which has tested him, but his decision when he's got the moment has made the right decisions most of the time.
That was a very good kick to Jordan Falloon. It was an aggressive one, and he was able to make sure of it. Oh, gee, Kenny just fumbled it there. Over the top to Sarkisian. This is Evan. Gets the handball. Well, he was aiming for Villanis, but Waverley Blues were able to intercept. Hard fighting in there. Sam Hale cops the brunt of it. But it's going to be a ball up.
Jared, it's a good call because they weren't taking that sort of kick in the first half.
No, exactly. So Lin Jong was able to rove the clearance there. Now Riley Villanis standing under it was Tyler Villanis' brother. It was a high kick from one Villanis to the other, but it's ended up over the boundary line once again.
It's spoiled by Samuel Hale there. Crucial.
Just trying to stop this play forward, trying to stem the bleeding of the Waverley Blues. From the clearance, Vickers tried to rove it, bounced out of his hands. Tilliard now turning tackler on McNamara. Ball up.
Scores around the grounds. Corydon lead Eastfield 43-32. Templestowe lead Ringwood 64-34, and Heathmont in front by 7 points over the Bears.
Maybe my hunch was wrong about the Bears.
Kick off the ground there, and as in he was on the ground and kicked it. That was Vickers, but Waverley Mulgrave in fact claim it again. Evan Sarkisian out to Gladman. He's just going to go for Roberts. Of course he is. Out in front. Mark taken by Roberts. And he's got him out of the top of the goal square. Had to be a perfect kick, and it was. And this is Aussie Dean.
He's just taking over at the moment, is Fletcher Roberts.
Well, yeah, if he's not kicking them, he's passing them off. So
Aussie Dean hasn't kicked one today. He's going to come in for Mulgrave 6. This is an easy one. And he's made sure of it. It's back to 13 points. Mulgrave are on the warpath.
Scotty, I had my Uber booked for the G for Dusty's 300, but I've just
cancelled
it, and I'm going to hang around here for a little bit longer now.
Outrageous. It always can be there for this side, but yeah, Waverley need to find a response. It's just a different side this third quarter from what we've seen, just that run. But like I said, the tackling pressure has lifted from Mulgrave, which needed to happen. It's just now Waverley probably just need to find that open space. They can find it. They've still got plenty of pace around the park.
Just need one to steady the ship.
Yep.
It's back up in the middle we go. Will it come from this centre clearance? That one goal for the Waverley Blues. It may not. Again, another Mulgrave clearance. It's out wide here from Braden James, looking for Tyler Villanis. Takes off immediately. Showed some dash there on Jason Miller. Goes to kick inside 50 to Roberts. Nearly took the mark, but couldn't. Strongman was wrapped up by Tilliard. Jeez. What a pace of play. First from Tyler Villanis and then nearly by Fletcher Roberts.
The extra speed he just...
He's got pace to burn. His ball is tossed up inside Mulgrave's forward 50. Kenny Shark the hit out. Dragged it in, but will be called a ball up. So 7.5 minutes gone in this third quarter. Mulgrave 6-8-44 to Waverley Blues 8-9-57. They're charging here, as we keep saying, the Mulgrave in this third quarter, as Evan Sarkisian gets a holding the ball free kick. And Sarkisian, who's shown a bit in this third quarter, as has this entire Mulgrave lineup, can go back here and get the lines. What would be potentially their fifth goal of this quarter. They've kicked to date 4 goals, 1. Compare it to the first half, they kicked 2 goals, 17. They're starting to take advantage of their opportunities. He's going to kick this from a very tight angle, 25 metres out, just falls short. Roberts was there, rushed through for a minor score. Back to 2 straight kicks, 6-9-45. Mulgrave, Waverley Blues, 8-9-57. 8.5 minutes gone, third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Around the grounds, 3-quarter time, Berwick lead Norwood 50-30.
Nervy moments in Waverley Blues' defence. McNamara to take the kick in, finds his target. But they're not moving the ball with much purpose or confidence at the moment. The Waverley Blues, I think they're a little bit shell-shocked. Strongman takes the mark. Now to Miller. Need a little bit more movement down the ground. Mulgrave have locked them up pretty well. So coming forward for the ball was Vickers. Had to take it on the bounce, and he's just going to hack the kick outside of defence. The Flyers go up. And Collins got the handball off to Falloon. He's on ground level, fighting hard for it. It's going to be a ball up, I would say. Fresher at the bottom of it. No. Oh, Falloon tried to muscle his way out of it.
Cross down.
Not quite there. But BWS.
We talked about at half-time about how much the work rate of Mulgrave needed to lift in this term, and they've certainly shown that. It's almost like a mirror image, both sides of half to half at the moment. Mulgrave are coming.
Well, Waverley Blues are going forward with this one. Batista's going to have to be good. Bounced off the head of Williamson and into the hands of his direct opponent, Collins.
Do you get a stab? I want to see a replay. I think that was deliberate. I reckon
that was deliberate. He didn't even put his hands up. He just went straight for the head.
It's a highlight for sure.
Batista got the around the neck free kick. Kicked it laterally, and now Mulgrave, well, they went lateral, up the middle, then lateral again. Sarkisian's got the ball at right half back. He had a target on the wing, but over the top came Sam Hale. Mulgrave were able to rove it, but an important smother laid by Gisara. Let's go boundary side with Chris Cordes.
He's dropping the ball if ever I've seen it, boys, but I've got away with one there.
Indeed.
They are filthy in the stands about that one.
Oh. So back into play it will be. Curtis. And I think that's Miller in the ruck. Tap down. Sarkisian will rove it. Gets the handball out now to Hardy. And his target was a teammate down there, but Little was able to. Tilliard, great run down tackle on McNamara. Mulgrave to try and run on with it, but the umpire held them up.
That's advantage. Yeah, 100%.
That was advantage every day of the week. So Connor Tilliard to take the free kick. Great aggression shown by him. He's got a man in complete open space here, and it's Todd Kenny. He's going to use a delicate little chip inside forward 50, but it came off the hands. Extracting it is Villanis. He made the angle harder for himself for the miracle shot, and he's just kicked a point.
That would have been definitely a contender for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day there from Tyler Villanis, but it's behind nevertheless. 6-10-46 to Mulgrave, 8-9-57 run.
Around the grounds, ball and back in front by a goal, 9-4-58 to 7-10-52 Blackburn.
As Waverley Blues go straight through the spine. Jong picking up the ground ball and managing to get a handball out. Just proving that just showing that AFL experience, I should say there. Ball not going anywhere though, and we're going to have a ball up.
Couple more scores. Sorry, Josh. East Ringwood 73, Vermont 53. Roval back out to a 13-point lead over Noble.
There goes Jong again. Just got past a couple of Waverley Blues opponent. Got it out to Todd Kenny. The kick inside 50 finds Riley Villanis, who can go back and cut the margin to single digits, probably for the first time since the first 10 minutes of the first quarter. It was a really good kick in the end to Riley Villanis, who, alongside his brother, showing plenty of promise. Coming across from Vermont this past season and spent a bit of time on Collingwood's VFL list the past couple of seasons as well, and is a former Oakley Charger. Riley Villanis comes in now. It's just going to drift to the right. Fletcher Roberts in the meat and the sandwich. It falls now to Tyler Villanis. Umpire, they were calling for the high free kick. Waverley Blues calling for the ball free kick, and the Waverley Blues win out. Cross down boundary side to Benmore and Smith.
I was telling Chris at quarter time, it's the first time in 15 years I've seen a coach knock back up one of us at one of the changes, and I'm scared to death to ask what's going on.
2 for 2. Will Little was nearly run down. He went too far.
Well, I bet you Chris would be able to get an interview now at 3/4 time.
Yeah.
No, it's too bad, so sad. He had his chance.
It's going to be Tyler Villanis with this shot on goal.
I fully endorse that message, boys.
As this will come from pretty much the tip of the goal square, and to cut the margin to single digits. His brother Riley had a shot before that missed. Can Tyler go straight through the middle? He can't. He misses everything. And missing chances the last couple of minutes, the Villanis brothers. Remains 57-46. 24 minutes gone, third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, we're going to have to wait for the next quarter to see whether or not these wasted opportunities will bite Mulgrave. Back into play go Waverley Blues. We've got some scores around the grounds as we've got a slow play on our hands.
Around the grounds, North Ringwood lead Bayswater 90-36. Park Orchards lead Mooroolbark by 10 goals. And Montrose 23 points over Doncaster.
Big mark by Baxter Lease. As we hear the step ladders called from the crowd, I like that. So up we go. High ball inside forward 50 once again for Mulgrave. It was only a shallow entry and Waverley Blues were able to get numbers to it. Saavedra targeted the handball, but it's gone over the boundary line. So we're coming up to 25 minutes gone in this third quarter. Waverley Blues 8-9-57, Mulgrave 6-10-46. It's getting closer and closer now. 11-point margin. Mulgrave, they looked absolutely nowhere in this contest not long ago. But Batista, well, he had a lot of Waverley Blues numbers to deal with, but had help in the form of Casanau. Now the looping handball over the top, found to Sarkisian, and, well, great tackling by Waverley Blues just to hold that up because it was just about a surefire entry for Mulgrave as Gervasoni took handle of it. Punch by Playstead towards the boundary line. Sarkisian copped a poke in the eye here, but it's Gervasoni inside forward 50. And the kick to the spare man was excellent. Great vision. Good patience as well by Gervasoni just to make sure there was an option there before firing away at goal. And it's Connor Tilliard, the captain, had a great rundown tackle earlier.
And guess who started it? It was Lin Jong.
Yeah.
Again.
On the three-quarter time siren. This to reduce the margin to 5 points. We would not have seen this coming at half time, but Mulgrave have dug their heels in and they've shown what they can do. Connor Tilliard has missed. And that would be an absolute relief for the Waverley Blues because they can now go into the huddle, reset, and just plan for this final quarter. Josh Ward, you've got the goal kickers here.
So the only multiple goal kicker for Mulgrave, Fletcher Roberts with 4, Lin Jong and Austin Dean, the other goal kickers for Waverley Blues. The goal kickers remain the same. Ton Steele with 2, Cole Vickers with 2, singles to Samuel Hale, Oscar Harding, Christopher Duck and Patrick Saavedra. We're going to go to a break here in the Eastland Match of the round. When we return, we'll bring you the fourth quarter of action in what is set to be a grandstand finish out here between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Central Reserve for the Eastland Match of the Round. It's Mulgrave who cut the deficit to just 10 points at the three-quarter time break, 6-11-47 to Waverley Blues, 8-9-57. Josh Woody alongside Jared Beanland, Scott Hardy, Ryan Long, Ben Warren-Smith and Chris Curtis. Well, we talked about at the start of the quarter, they needed to lift their pressure, did Mulgrave, and well, they certainly did. They took advantage of most of their opportunities, but still, they missed some opportunities. They kicked 4 goals for in the end that quarter to the one behind to Waverley Blues. So got right on top of the contest, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. And it has to be said that Mulgrave's defence, unsung heroes in this game. I've been very impressed with Jackson Collins, his game. But as you said, the pressure around the contest has been the main feature for Mulgrave in that. They showed a lot of class, didn't they, Scott?
Yeah, but I guess it's only been in that sort of second half. I think that first half, that pressure just didn't exist, did it? And to sort of turn it around and change that scoreline and what is now going to be a really interesting last quarter.
Cross down.
I can't wait as we go boundary side with BWS.
Standing here with Scott Savage, the senior coach of Waverley Blues. Scott, look, the first half was a fantastic performance by you boys, but you let them back in the game in that quarter. What happened?
Oh, obviously, we just lost that hunt, that want for the football. Just try to be too cute that quarter, to be honest. The discipline dropped, the desire for the football to win it just dropped. And, credit to Mulgrave, they handed it up to us that quarter, and you can see what happens. They had more want, they had the clearances, they won it out of the middle, and they put it on the board.
The best part about having another quarter to play is there's time to rectify it all.
Yeah, exactly right. I just put it on them, they got the spray that they needed, and let's hope they respond.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you there to Ben Warren-Smith. And I can
Was it a good spray, BWS?
Oh, it was one of the best.
We could hear it. Did you hear that?
I wish I could have, but I can understand why they got right, as Scott mentioned, they got right back into the contest. Did Mulgrave? It's 10 points the margin. All those late missed chances though come back to bite them in this final quarter. 6-11 to Waverley Blues, 8-9. So certainly going to be an interesting game as the Mulgrave faithful up here are definitely up and about and very confident.
Haven't they?
They've loved it.
Decked it out here.
Jared Beanland to get us on the way in this final quarter.
So what can Waverley Blues do to stem the bleeding in this quarter? They can get this clearance, but it was smothered off the boot of Playstead. Hunting for it is Mitchell. Where is that hunt that Scott Savage was talking about that they needed? There it is from Little out to... Yep, Mitchell out to Little. It's got me all day. Gervasoni now sends it back Mulgrave's way, but a good intercept mark taken by Hale. Hands it off to Miller. They're going fast here, the Waverley Blues, maybe a little frantic. Little again wrapped up by Gervasoni, and we'll have a ball up out on the wing.
Can I say the absolute obvious? First goal is very important.
Very important indeed. Let's see, Gervasoni out now to, that was Prosser, or Hardy, sorry. No mark taken in forward 50 for Mulgrave. Waverley Blues to rebound once again. Tyson Hale. No, it was Bryce Curtis. Put his body on the line and managed to create a stoppage there at the bottom with Sarkisian.
But he was good in the third quarter. The barometer sort of for Mulgrave plays right on the edge.
Contender for MEGT Rookie of the Day.
Curtis got another tap down, but another stoppage. You can see the times the Waverley Blues have got the ball in hand. They want to go fast. Jong just tried to bust through the tackle, tried to take him on, but the tackle was laid by Playstead and the holding the ball free kick awarded. So Playstead, all the experience for the Waverley Blues, and a good kick as well. Sticky hands by Harding. Swings round onto the right, but playing off his man was Collins. That was really well read by Jackson Collins, and he took the intercept mark there for Mulgrave.
Just had to go and did exceptionally well.
And he's going through the middle here is Jackson Collins.
And you called it, Jared. You said that, just that pace that Waverley are trying to play with. I do like it. It just hasn't worked for them so far in this quarter.
As they get pace on the ball here to Mulgrave, through Alex Hardy to Fletcher Roberts. And this, for the crucial first goal of this contest, brilliant play from defence to attack. Much like Waverley Blues in that first quarter, though, they were just given too much space, Mulgrave. And the delivery inside 50 from Alex Hardy to Fletcher Roberts, who can go back, potentially kick his 5th goal. It's still one of the toughest shots he's had today from almost directly in front, around 40 metres out. He comes in now, the former Bulldog, and makes no mistakes. The big first goal of this final quarter goes in the direction of Mulgrave. 4 points the margin, 53 plays, 57, 2.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Boundary side to Chris Curtis.
Yeah, guys, one of the things stressing that 3/4 time huddle from Mulgrave's perspective was taking pride in how you give the ball to your teammates and not just bombing it inside the forward 50. Really looking to hit up a target, and we saw it just then.
And they were doing that really well throughout the third quarter also. I noticed a lot of the time they lowered the eyes. Good vision by the Mulgrave midfielders to find those entries.
They also came over and asked Chris for an interview at 3/4 time and knocked it back.
They didn't do that.
I'm telling you right now, they did. They came over, didn't they, Chris?
I got somewhat of an apology from the assistant coach. We'll leave that alone for now.
Gervasoni got the clearance and the kick inside forward 50. It was spoiled by Miller, but it's come now down to Dean. Shot at goal by Aussie Dean, but it's went wide and out in the full.
And just quickly, they've started like they did in that third quarter. Roberts in the third quarter kicked it within 1 minute 15. That one he kicked it in 2:30. So leading the way.
5 goals for their game, 2 for Fletcher Roberts.
What did the margin get out to in favour of Waverley?
What would that be? 37 points, I think, is the max it was. So, Waverley Blues, they've managed to switch the ball and find some options on this near side now. Saavedra takes the mark. He just got collected high, so he's got the free kick as well, but held up. So, Mulgrave defence can drop back.
There's a player down for Mulgrave too.
Oh, dear.
Alex Hardy limping off again.
No, that's no good. So, Saavedra, well, I don't know. I thought he miskicked it initially, but he nearly hit up a target there inside forward 50, bounced off the chest of Playstead, and we'll get another ball up there on the arc. 4.5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. A 4-point lead for Waverley Blues, who saw this coming. Bryce Curtis got the tap down, but Waverley Blues sharked it. Saavedra with speed, pace, skill, top of the goal square, bounces. Williamson's there, and Collins, desperation on the line. Last line of defence it was. Slammed it over the goal line for one behind.
58 plays 53. Been absolutely superb today as Jackson Collins in defence after Josh Williams. Well, since quarter time, really. Since Josh shut out Josh Williamson as he takes the kick in. Mark was nearly taken by pressure and was taken out of bounds by Kenny. But this ball tossed back into play. Around 55 metres out from the Waverley Blues goal line on this near side. They need to kick a goal sometime soon. Mulgrave have all the momentum as Playstead decides to take matters into his own hands. Kick was smothered. Bursting his way through Tyson Hale, but he's going backwards. Mulgrave applying really strong pressure. Rufus to Miller. The kick inside 50, looking for the leading option, and Williamson, who'll pick it up. Collins corralling him well, but Williamson wins out. Goes the short chipping ball inside 50. It's turned over though. And the captain, Sam Cassiano, stands up, but his kick wasn't all too great. Mitchell has to become the tackler. I'll let this ball thrown back up, far side. Half-back flank for Mulgrave. They trail by just 5 points now. 6 minutes gone into this final quarter.
Collins has been big. Definitely changed it.
Taking out of the ruck was Oscar Hardy. Saavedra, target of the handball. Was upended, though, by Mulgrave. Lin Jong now gets it out to Gladman. They're working in a phone box here, the Lions. The kick out of defence, though, by Lease. Mark nearly, no, not quite taken. by Mulgrave. Placed Edwards the target of a handball. Ball now in dispute. Who can win it? It's Falloon. Jordan Falloon for the Mulgrave Lions. Kicks it down the ground. A bit of a contentious marking contest. Doesn't matter. Fell out the back, and now it's Villanis. Riley Villanis kicked it twice to his own advantage. Went through the legs of another man. The Waverley Blues defence. Now Kenny. The free kick's been paid. And the faithful in front of us are going berserk.
Absolutely filthy down here in the dugout too, boys.
They had two plays over the top. That was a certain goal.
Yeah. They could have taken the lead there, but snatched away from them. And the Waverley Blues, they can just catch their breath, as we all can now. And Josh Ward to take it away with the Waverley Blues in defence.
Thank you, Jared. Ryan McNamara goes backwards. The kick was a great one, and it's out on the full.
I reckon he touched that just before it got over from this angle. The umpire was too far down on the wing here.
It was a tight call either way.
Boys on the boundary, I don't know if you saw that, but it's Austin Dean who's going to set it up to the hot spot because Fletcher Roberts is there. This ball came in, and it's for a minor score. 7-12-54 Mulgrave. Waverley Blues 8-10-58. 7.5 minutes gone.
Well, the boundary umpire was practically where we were.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Chris. I thought he was.
I would have just paid it for the plot. It's been an interesting game so far. I want to see it happen.
Bit of theatrics from Chris Curtis on the boundary line. That's what he wants to see. It's what we want to see. Oscar Harding slaps it away from that marking contest over the line.
For both these sides of this quarter, it's all about composure. It's obviously Mulgrave want to get that lead, but can't make those silly decisions. And Waverley just need to find that extra to keep that lead.
So back into play. Gladman was just shut out of that ruck contest, and it's come down to Tyson Hale. Kicks it into a dangerous spot in the middle of the ground. Savadra taken and slung to the ground. And that's a dangerous tackle. Jordan Falloon cops the infringement there, and Paddy Savadra is going to run on with it. Yellow card, I think, is coming out now for Falloon. Off he goes. And that's they're down a rotation in the last quarter. They were already down one rotation, were Mulgrave.
They've been strict on this all season.
Yep. So Paddy Savadra just getting his wits about him as he surveys the scene. Looked like a statue there as he's trying to make his decision. So it's a spearing ball. It was a line ball decision there for Nathan McNamara to just take it. And he's found the free man in Vickers in the forward line, the dangerous Kyle Vickers. So he'll go back, line up for this one. He's kicked 2 in the first quarter today.
They were finding that early on, Waverley, just filling that little hole and finding that spare player. And it's been a while since they've had this opportunity.
So this will be goal number 18 for the season for Kyle Vickers, I think. I'm struggling to read my own handwriting, to be honest, so that could be wrong. Former Doncaster man, often pops up just when you need him. The Port Melbourne VFL listed player has missed a crucial shot at goal here at Central Reserve.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Curtis on the boundary line.
Obviously, boys, Mulgrave dugout aren't happy with that yellow card decision, but Batista's been thrown out, and we've actually just been told that Bailey Thompson, after copying that shot in the first half, has been sent to hospital just to get checked up.
A lot happening here.
It's all happening out here. Indeed at Central Reserve as Mulgrave moving from defence. Look for Evan Sarkisian. McNamara dropped the mark. Jasara wrapped up by Connor Tilliard. And the Mulgrave faithful calling for holding the ball, but they won't get it. Instead, they'll get a boundary throw in. A great piece of play there from Connor Tilliard, who started to step it up in this second half as one of the captains of this Mulgrave lineup. Back up we go. On this broadcast side, Miller with the two-handed tap down. Tilliard once again to Villanis, to Evan Sarkisian. Turned it over though. Jimmy Rufus. Kick just went over the top of Angus Gervasoni. And it's seen out of bounds by Michael Batista. We get a boundary throw in as Chris Curtis gets a touch of the Sharon.
Put me down for a disposal, lads.
Ball will be tossed back into play. True centre wing right in front of us out here at Central Reserve. As Gladman got the tap down looking for Kenny, was wrapped up by Vickers. Not going anywhere, and we'll get a ball up. Looks like Alex Hardy is going to come back onto the ground as well, which is... They're still down 2 rotations though, Mulgrave.
It's good news though, with Falloon and Thompson off. Kind of forward, another rotation down. So Gladman drew the free kick. It was over the shoulder. Lines up. Roberts the obvious target. Strongman playing in front. Roberts nearly closed the distance. Got the punch away. Now falling into the hands now of Davidson. Gets it
to a teammate there, spearing ball into the pocket, scooped up. Dean, Aussie Dean, working in a phone box, gets it to Sarkisian. He's just going to try and work it out. Oh, Tilliard was the option that was free in the centre of the 50. It didn't quite make it to him. Scooped up now by the Waverley Blues defence.
He's holding
Tackled, and they are holding on for grim death, the Blues. Miller slaps it forward. Hatch to run onto it. It was Villanis, I believe, that got there first. Handball over the top. Ball in dispute. Hand-to-hand combat. Fierce fighting in the pocket. Vickers was there. Saw it over the boundary line.
It's
I like
funny.
the appeal for deliberate.
That first half, Waverley had all the space in the world, and now it seems it's just the complete opposite.
Yep.
There's just Mulgrave players everywhere.
It's flipped on its head.
Tapping it down with Sarkisian. Into the hands now of Tilliard. Gets it off to Hardy. Ball smothered. He had to go again with the tackle. Tilliard drew a high free kick. And this could put Mulgrave in the lead for the first time today.
Boundary.
Let's go to Chris Cordes on the boundary line.
Well, boys, I see one of them is Kyle Vickers, but there's two players just on the edge of the 50.
He's passed it off.
Oh, he's passed it off. Shot at goal. Mulgrave hit the lead.
I reckon that was Manny Sarkisian. It was.
Manny Sarkisian gets the all-important lead maker for Mulgrave.
We talked about the marking in the first quarter with Waverley Blues players doing that multiple times down that end of the ground, and now it's Waverley who have left Mulgrave playing Sarkisian all by himself. Unbelievable. 37 points, did you say that were?
They have,
I think it was, yeah.
They haven't kicked a goal since the 22-minute mark of the second quarter.
Wow.
Just remarkable from Mulgrave. 8-12-60. Waverley Blues 8-10-58. They've only kicked the two behinds in this second half. Have the Blues. The Lions have come charging. As we go back up in the middle of Central Reserve. Curtis with the tap down looking for Angus Jervisoni. It's Tilliard who runs onto it. Gets the handball away. Under pressure was Jack Davidson. As Waverley Blues look to move the ball forward. Christopher Duck got it away to Ton Steele. Got the don't argue on one. Handball away to James Mattel. Inside 50 looking for Chris Duck. Who nearly dragged it in. Umpire will call for a ball up though. But inside forward 50. In a good position if you're a Waverley Blues fan. They trailed 58-60. 14 minutes gone.
Gee, Chris Duck's really dropped off.
He has. He was terrific in that first half. The veteran as Mulgrave win the hit out. Trying to keep it in front of him was Jervisoni, but he had to become the tackler there alongside Braden James, and we'll get another ball up. So just a moment to catch our breath, for the fans to catch their breath out here at Central Reserve. The Lions have come from 37 points down, a 39-point turnaround, and force another stoppage. They won't want to go into their shells though, Mulgrave. Waverley Blues definitely won't, because if they do, it could be all over. Curtis with the tap down. Sharking it was Oscar Harding. Got the handball away. The shot on goal is through! What a goal that is! Came almost out of nowhere. It was Harding who got the handball away. I think that's Chris Duck. It is! The Duck gives the Blues back the lead, 64-60. 15 minutes gone, final quarter.
Well, you asked for it. Yeah, he obviously heard you.
He was on notice.
Tobin Brothers' goal of the day, I think, has to be the front runner for that. A fantastic finish, and boy, did they need that one.
First goal of the second half of the Waverley Blues. They'd gone into their shells. They were shell-shocked. And now they've managed to just eke out a goal from a desperate situation. Over to you, Mulgrave. What can you do? 9-10-64. That's the Waverley Blues. 8-12-60. Mulgrave on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Not quite into time on yet in this final quarter. Still plenty of footy left to play at Central Reserve in this crucial Division 2 clash. Over the shoulder? No. The umpire was wise to that. It was a good decision. So Waverley Blues to go again in the ruck, but Tilliard sharked it. Bouncing ball. Dean just trapped it. It was Kenny, in fact. And over the top it was to Davidson into the pocket. Jack Strongman was the first to the ball. He's playing in front of Roberts this quarter, and it seems to be working out well for Strongman.
He's got good pace on him.
Yep. Over the line it went. Forward to the centre for Mulgrave. Curtis and Miller. Zach Miller, that is, to duel. It fell in front of them. Who's going to get the clearance here? Sam Hale nearly did, was tackled to ground, holding the ball. And there's more aggression from Mulgrave. And it was Connor Tilliard, the captain, standing up. He's got an option. Central. It was Gervasoni coming across with the really important touch. Waverley Blues. They're going to wrap it up here. Another ball up inside Mulgrave's forward line.
Tilliard's tackling pressure this quarter. Stand out.
He's
And credit
really
to Hale
stepped
there
up.
just to get in time.
It was Sam Hale,
Get there in
yeah.
time.
So Miller tried to punch it, but roving it was Tilliard. Handball to the top of the goal square. Having to turn tackler was Fletcher Roberts. Sarkisian was upended. Mitchell's going to have to stand strong as the other Sarkisian. It was Manny. Got it to ground. James into the pocket. And Will Little just sees it over the boundary line.
Quickly around the grounds, Berwick winners 9-10-64 to Norwood 6-10-46. First win for the Wickers.
And Jong just waiting to get back on. Really need him back on the park.
They're doing pretty well without him, Mulgrave. They're really holding Waverley Blues' feet to the fire. Tilliard turns and snaps the goal. Mulgrave back in front.
Wow.
Or we can just leave Tilliard on. That's fine as well. That's fine as well. He'll do it to you.
Oh, that's another Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. That is an unbelievable finish. And he has stepped up in this second half. Yeah. And they needed him to, and that's the class that he is. He's still such a young player. Already won a couple of best and fairest of the club, and what a game he's turned this into as we go down to the boundary.
Lin Jong just got back on, guys, so big things coming.
What a goal that was.
That was a spectacular goal. Connor Tilliard only played his 50th senior game this season. It's remarkable to think he's become a key player, Scott.
Which one, BWS, you reckon was better, Ducks or Tilliard's then from down boundary?
Tilliard's, there was a lot of pressure around that football, and just to get it off the pack and to put that through under that pressure, unbelievable.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that.
There's back up in the middle of Central Reserve we go. The tap down from Curtis. Jong another clearance. Jack Davidson sets Mulgrave inside 50, looking in the direction of Roberts. Strongman came from behind and got the spoil. It spills out now to Todd Kenny, who's under plenty of pressure from Joel Hatch. And he sees it out of bounds.
Just the biggest thing now that they've got the lead, they still have to keep playing the way they are at the moment. They've been so dominant when they've attacked the ball and taken the game on. Got to keep taking those risks.
And they know that, Waverley, they will take it on and can find that space.
As Curtis takes the game on, inside 50, looking in the Roberts direction. It spills out now to Austin Dean. Got Evan Sarkisian, or Manny Sarkisian, that is. Handball back to Dean, who gets the shot on goal! And Mulgrave have an 8-point lead! 10-12-72, 9-10-64. Brilliant play from Austin Dean.
And we probably haven't spoken just how good he has been today. Even in the first half when they were under the pump, he's given them an option, and that's a great finish on goal. And he's looked dangerous. And 8 points, it almost feels a little bit more than that with the way they're playing.
And just the composure there by Manny Sarkisian, who can be eligible for the MEGT awards today. Exceptional, smart, clear head for a young player. Well done.
Welcome Waverley Blues. Let's go boundary side with Chris Curtis.
Waverley Blues dugout still very calm, boys. No stressing yet.
Interesting. Lin Jong will get the clearance this time. Ball punched away from... That was back to Lease, but it's going to come straight back the Waverley Blues way. James is there, wrapped up, double tackle there by Waverley Blues, and it's going to be a ball up inside their forward line. They've kicked one goal in this second half. So what can they muster for the last few minutes? Saavedra upends himself and goes to ground. Another ball up. Tense times. The Mulgrave defence are going to have to hold strong here. Batista goes to ground. Another ball up. There could be another 2 or 3 stoppages here. Neither team want the other one to break away, especially not Mulgrave since it's in such a dangerous spot. Lin Jong tried to track it, got beaten to it by his teammate. Kick straight up the centre of the ground, but Little took the mark. Good intercept. And he finds a lateral kick, but over the top came, that was Sarkisian. And a strong, heavy tackle laid on Williamson. Advantage Mulgrave. I think, no, the ball's come back to Baxter Lease. He's going to hand it off. And the kick forward. It's a one-on-one situation. That was nearly well done by McNamara. He was barreled into, though. And now Villanis needs to track it. Bouncing ball into the pocket. He's going to come again, Israeli Villanis. But cool heads prevail in defence for the Waverley Blues.
Oh, well done,
and the
Waverley.
mark was taken. Now Vickers into the centre of the ground. They need this. This is a huge roll of the dice here for the Waverley Blues. Bouncing ball towards Steele. Got the handball away, but it was all Mulgrave. They'd already worked back defensively. They had the numbers there, and now they can work it out. They just need to control the ball. Collins, dangerous kick across the face of goal, but the only man there was Batista. He just fumbled it. Fresher didn't put any pressure on. And now, just the relieving kick, punched away. It's still a contest, however. And that's scooped up by Miller. He was tackled. Was he tackled high? He was. So Waverley Blues to go again. They can only have a few minutes here. They need this goal. What options does he have forward? Well, he's got that short one wider. It's Gassara. They're going to have to... Well, they don't want to give it away. They don't want to take too much of a risk. So they're going to go straight to the pack. Inside forward 50. Bounces out. Picked up by Fresher. Handball around. Snap around the corner. No mark taken in defence for Mulgrave. It just spilt out. And it stacks on in the Waverley Blues forward line. Mulgrave defence under massive pressure now.
Unlucky by Batista not to take that mark. It was a hard mark to take, but he had hands on it.
Can they get a crucial goal here, the Waverley Blues? It's Curtis with the tap down. Vickers sharking it. And they do! Another twist in the tail potentially out here at Central Reserve. Back to 2 points the margin. 10-10-70 Waverley Blues. Mulgrave 10-12-72. 23 minutes gone. Final quarter.
Oh, it was how's that? It read the ruck so well. It was Mulgrave won the ruck contest through Prosser, but just read it exceptionally well there.
Like we said, just cannot go in their shells now. They've got to keep attacking.
3 goals to Kyle Vickers. Let's go to BWS.
Halfway through the first term, I'm like, Ryan Long, how did you pick this bloody game? This is sensational.
I saw this one.
He did all right. He did all right.
Yeah.
I saw this.
Yeah, you had full faith in Mulgrave at halftime, didn't you, Ryan?
Absolutely. I called it.
Playstead gets the tap down, trying to bury his head into his opponent was Alex Hardy. It's not going to move from there. 24 minutes gone. 2-point lead for Mulgrave. Division 2 on notice from this second half by Mulgrave. They've looked excellent. Gervasoni, throw going the way of Waverley Blues. They're not going to take advantage. It's going to go back to Ryan McNamara. So he finds Joel Hatch once again trying to build the ball. They're calm, they're cool, they're collective. And up goes... Oh, it was a high ball. It was Jamison that nearly got it. Lin Jong, however, all the class in the world, was able to read it off. But the intercept mark taken. It was Little. He's going to go lateral. There's so many Waverley Blues players on offer, but that means that Mulgrave's defence is stacked behind the ball. So Miller, what's he going to kick it to? The man standing out in the middle of nowhere was Chris Duck at centre half forward. Hands it off. Joel Hatch to put the Waverley Blues back in front. It's just going to fade out towards the right, but the mark's been taken. Daniel Playstead, the experienced Waverley Blues man through and through, has taken the mark to try and save this game from absolute...
And before that kick, 0 players in the Mulgrave side of the ground.
Playstead to line up. It could have been stolen by Mulgrave in this second half. Playstead to save it. It's a short kick and a tight angle. He's missed it.
Oh.
He can't have missed it.
He liked it off the boot.
The umpires are going to talk to one another about this one.
It's a behind.
It is a behind.
Let's watch on the replay.
1 point game. Let's go to BWS to sort this one out.
That was a goal.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought that was...
Megan calling for a draw here.
No.
She loves a draw.
As Jackson Collins just launches into one. Tilliard out the back. Got two bites at the cherry, but couldn't take the mark. Ball wrapped up. Jeez, that's a...
I thought the big fella had done it.
I thought he did too, but Umpire still didn't pay it. It's Mulgrave with this clearance. Gervasoni to Evan Sarkisian to Riley Valanis. They're moving it through hands. Tyler Valanis now shows some dash. Takes the bounce. Goes for goal. It's what a goal! Tyler Valanis would have just sealed the game for Mulgrave. 11-12-78. 10-11-71.
Oh, unbelievable.
Tilliard, you had goal of the day until that happened.
What a piece of play from Tyler Valanis.
And he's bent it like Beckham too. See that?
Wow.
They came from all corners of the ground to celebrate that one, did Mulgrave.
What a...
It's
7-point margin.
Down here at the dugout, boys. They're up and about.
If that isn't the definition of a 12-point play as well, then I don't know what is.
And how was the chase, though, by Tyson Hale? It just, exceptional for...
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
But just couldn't get it just at that last little second.
Waverley Blues have to throw everything out, the kitchen sink, the dishwasher, everything, all the appliances you can think of. Over to O'Connell. He's stopped from being able to rip it away as Mulgrave feast on the ball now. Over the top now, it's Strongman who's come up the ground. He ran into the Hardy tackle and it was wrapped up. Ball up.
And that's a big tackle as well because they had running players, Waverley Blues there. Good tackle by Hardy just to trap it in.
Surely seconds left in this game. Waverley Blues need 2 scores at least to steal it from Mulgrave.
Tell you, we need Wayne Brasher here with the timekeepers.
It's going to be close.
I'll try my best in impersonation, or not impersonation. I'll try my best, but I'll say 1 or 2 minutes left.
Oh, okay.
So Lin Jong.
Not even.
All he needed was a little bit of space to find a kick, and it's Sarkisian who took it. This one's Evan. Short little chip over the top, but it was intercepted by Miller. Takes a bounce. He's going to have to take all the space in front of him before he kicks it. Did so. And now over to Mitchell. Spearing ball forward, but the man in defence on his own there was Fletcher Roberts. He's been swung down there. And now the mark's been taken on the outer side by Alex Hardy. And he's going to just slow it down, kick it backwards. Mulgrave saving the game.
That's a great move to put Roberts down back.
Back into the pocket now. The Lions happy to sit on this lead. And why not? Surely there's only seconds left. Punch over the boundary line by Gervasoni and Mulgrave. Yeah, we've gone 29 minutes in this last quarter. They have the 7-point lead. It would be a massive upset, especially if you were tipping this game from halftime.
When you said 1 to 2 minutes, did you look at the clock just to prove Lee's point wrong?
I think it was around 28-minute mark, so might be on here.
And there it is! Mulgrave have won the most unlikely win at Central Reserve, upsetting the Waverley Blues and dealing them just their 2nd loss of the year. Division 2 is on notice because the Lions have arrived.
Oh, what a performance. That's a season-defining win.
Cross down.
From 37 points down. We've got BWS on the boundary.
Oh, you can go and do what you need to do, mate. We'll just cross back down shortly. But I tell you what, the scenes down here when that last goal was kicked is nothing like you have ever seen. It went absolutely berserk down here. But Matt Richards, wow, what a comeback by you boys. A slow first half, and all of a sudden it just completely turned in that third term.
Yeah, absolutely. They had the belief today, the fellas. They are so proud. Waverley are a really strong team once they get going. So to be able to get the composure and resettle and, really proud of them. And, it was exciting, wasn't it? Like that last goal there, really exciting.
The scenes like down here were unbelievable, but it shows such growth in the club to be able to have your backs against the wall at halftime and to come out and to lift that work rate, which you really needed to do, and then to go on with it. Sensational effort, and this is really something that can really set you up to go forward now.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I don't know how the other results will go, but we just had to win a game like this. We've got Baronia next week, so obviously a huge task to come up against them, but to come back from where we were and just keep working and just sticking to our plan, the boys will grow from this. Fantastic.
Go and get around it, mate. Congratulations. Fantastic scenes down here. We'll get some interviews shortly, guys.
Thank you.
Oh, unbelievable.
Thank you, Ben Warren. And you can understand the unbelievable scenes down there.
Well, to be 6, 7 goals down, they looked out of place. Yeah. I said they were soft in the first quarter. I won't go back on that. I think they were in the first quarter, and it was a completely different side in the second half. They looked almost like they'd switched jumpers at half-time. They had suddenly plenty of space, and they were working with it. They took the game on. They were exciting, and that's exactly what Mulgrave fans want to see. And this is why we hold out hope that they can really be a contender come finals time if they can get there, because when they do turn it on and put it on their terms, they're a very exciting side to watch.
It's possibly one of the most exciting sides to watch Mulgrave when they're at their best. So is same as Waverley Blues, because even though Mulgrave lost off that first quarter, they were just absolutely electric from stoppage, the Blues.
Yeah, that first half was lightning by Waverley Blues, and probably what we expected to see. We probably expected a little bit more of a response from Mulgrave, and then like I said, it just flipped on its head. They came out obviously from the sheds, had a fair bake at quarter time, and now half time as we go boundary side with Chris Quarters.
Boys, we're down here with Fletcher Roberts. Now, a bag today, 5 goals, 1 in each quarter, including 2 in the third. How'd you make it work?
I think it came from a lot of our ball movement today. We struggled throughout the year at different times getting that penetration deep into the forward line, and it was coming today, which was great. Made it easy for me to sort of hold my space and hold the depth a little bit more and able to take those marks. Obviously, Strongy's a very good opponent, but our ball movement was just really good, and it helped me get on the advantage of him, which was awesome throughout the whole day, which we haven't really had a lot of the year, but great sign from all the boys. Our run and our movement today was just much better than what it has been all year.
Yeah, beautiful. And obviously a massive blow in the first quarter, losing Bailey Thompson. What did you guys do to keep that forward line firing and move some magnets around?
I think it was work rate from pretty much all 6 of us, or we had a lot of midfielders going through the forward line throughout the day. Tyler, who kicks the goal at the end, obviously great goal, but he was playing forward at different times on the wing. We had a lot of boys roll through that half forward line, which kept it fresh, kept it moving, kept it fast. BT's obviously been in very good form, so shattered to have him go down early in the game, but we were able to find a way there, and I think it was a strong game from everyone. Everyone chipped in, and we got there in the end, which was great, and what a nail-biter.
Absolutely. Tyler Valanis, the winning goal. What sensational effort made that, and the crowd went absolutely ballistic. The boys were pretty rapt for you to come over and have a chat with us. These are the moments that you sort of dream as a kid, to kick a goal like that. How do you feel?
Yeah, definitely. Lucky it kind of went in. Probably would have copped a spray otherwise, but no, it was a good feeling. Good fight from the boys, obviously down by 6 goals, so to come back, it was a good effort from the team, yeah.
It would have been like the heads were down a bit going into half-time, but what was the message in there? Because you came out and that work rate really lifted. You really seemed to be like getting first to the football, working really strongly as a team. The 1%ers lifted. Everything came together.
Yeah, obviously that was lacking in the first half. They outworked us the whole game, but the second half we brought the effort, brought the pressure, and that obviously turned the tide, so that was good, yeah.
Exciting times. You got anything planned for tonight to celebrate this one?
I'll probably go home, hit the ice bath.
Good stuff, mate. Congratulations. Fantastic win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you to Ben Moore and Smith and Chris Curtis down there on ground level. And what a goal that was from Tyler, his brother getting around him as well, which is great to see. And what a game Fletcher Roberts had. It's going to be interesting, the vote, seeing if him and John, because I thought they were the 2 standouts for Mulgrave for the entire contest. The Waverley boys had some good players, but that AFL class, that experience was just on display.
It's hard to go past them.
Absolutely. And we'll get to the votes in shortly, but I would lean towards Jong just because I thought he was the one player that kept him in it early on. His attack on the footy, coming back from a hamstring injury too, you would never would have known that he was coming back from an injury. He was red hot right from the first bounce and played a really important role. It is interesting, have a look out in the middle. Certainly Scott has held them there for quite a while to have a bit of a chat. They just went into their shell in the Waverley Blues. It was a complete opposite side that we saw in the first half. They were looking like they were going to win this game by 10 goals plus.
It was the flattest that I've seen the Waverley Blues in all the times that I've seen them, perhaps. It was really surprising. It's just not the sort of footy that I'm used to seeing them play, and they have the players out there to do it. We obviously saw it during the first half. They were irresistible, but I suppose when Mulgrave turned the taps on, it worked out. And Tom Gladman being chaired off in his 150th game. What a way to celebrate a milestone for a brilliant club man as well. That's wonderful to see. And look at the forlorn faces of the Waverley Blues coming off. They had that one stolen
Oh,
from them.
they were at half time. Sorry.
You go, Scott.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, at half time, they would have gone into the sheds being like, how easy is this? And what we're doing is playing really good football. And then all of a sudden, bang, it turns. And they're minus the 4 points.
And it's worth also mentioning that over the past couple of years, they've really put Mulgrave to the sword on several occasions. And it was the same case in round one earlier this year. I think I don't want to hint towards complacency, but maybe there is a little bit of that.
I think it's natural when you have that sort of lead. Sometimes I don't know, you almost go into a bit of complacency when you do have that. Yes, right. And once Mulgrave got a little bit of a run on, once they got a bit of a sniff, suddenly they just lifted tenfolds, and it wasn't just one or two players, it was the entire team playing some really good football. So, look, they'll learn from that. You're going to be in situations like this come finals time, and they'll come out better for the long run.
They certainly will, and they are a young side as well. They've got that some experience, but it's only going to make them better in the long run, Waverley Blues. As we're going to go to a final break. When we return, we'll wrap things up out here at Central Reserve. It was Mulgrave getting the job done, 78-71.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round. Run and done out here at Central Reserve, and what a contest it was between the Waverley Blues and Mulgrave. The Lions pulling through 11-12, 78 to Waverley Blues. 10-11-71. Going through the goal kickers. Fletcher Roberts with 5 goals. 2 goals to Austin Dean. Fletcher Roberts goals in each quarter as well. I'll add singles to Connor Tilliard, Lin Jong, Tyler Valanis and Manny Sarkisian for the Waverley Blues. It was 3 goals to Kyle Vickers, 2 goals to Christopher Duck, Ton Steele as well with 2 goals, and singles to Samuel Hale, Oscar Harding and Patrick Saavedra. Let's go through our awards. We'll start off with the Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground. I'll go to Scott Hardy first, your 3-2-1.
Yeah, so I had one for Jackson Collins. I thought he was very, very good down back in that second half. I know at the start we sort of said he was struggling to keep up with that pace with Williamson, but Williamson just didn't have the goals. He missed those, so you count on them. And just his attack around the ball in the back line. I think I spoke about his decision making as well. 2 for Roberts, and I thought 3 for Jong. Like we're saying, he just kept them in it throughout the whole day. I know Fletcher kicked 5, but Jong's just composure to find the right options and to get it into the forward line, creating those options. I think he gives my 3 votes.
Ryan Long?
I've gone similar. I've gone Tilliard for the 1 for his efforts in the second half particularly. Missed that set shot, and I was a bit worried that might almost take away the momentum that they had. But his efforts in that last quarter was absolutely massive, particularly when Jong was on the bench for a period of time. 2 to Roberts as well. Very important. When you kick 6 goals or 5 goals, you've got to be in consideration for the best. And he was the only target up there in the first half and just presented so well to the footy. And then the 3 votes to Lin Jong I thought was unbelievable. First bounce, he was right in there. He was the one Lions player in that first quarter that really stood up and kept him in the game. They could have been further down and continued to perform throughout the game, and just was an unbelievable performance from the former dog.
We'll go to our boundary riders for their 3-2-1. Ben Warren Smith.
Tough to give a 1 vote today. There were so many players who probably deserved to put their hand up for that 1 vote. What a game that was as well, and a sensational call by you boys. 1 vote I snuck in for Kyle Vickers. He kicked 3 goals. He was there in abouts, and he probably had a chance to kick 1 late as well, which he would probably be ruining the day that he missed that. I gave 2 votes to John today, and I gave 3 to Roberts. I switched it around. I thought Roberts was the only real shining light up forward for them to keep them in the game, and to keep them in the game in the first half he needed to kick goals, and he did that. It's not often I give a full forward 3 votes, but he gets the chocolates from me today, boys.
Chris Curtis?
Yeah, I think I've gone the exact same as BWS has there. I've got 1 for Vickers, obviously stood up well for Waverley. 2 for Lin Jong, he was massive throughout the whole game. I think I counted maybe 14 or 15 touches in that first term. And then obviously you can't deny giving 3 votes to Fletcher Roberts after kicking a bag in a game like that. So that's me done.
So that's all square between Lin Jong and
Are you keeping track of this?
Yes, I am actually keeping track. It's all square between the 2 former doggies. Jared Beanland, your 3-2-1.
It'll be very interesting to see what you have. I'm going the exact same as Scott did, because I was really impressed with Collins and the job he did on Williamson. Josh Williamson's a very dangerous player, and to keep him quiet was very, very important. I went, as Scott did. 2 to Roberts and 3 to Jong for all the reasons that have been expressed already.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go with Tyson Hale with the 1 vote. I thought his first half was really good and just really got on top in the midfield. So did Chris Duck, but Hale was probably the more impressive midfielder. 2 to Fletcher Roberts and 3 to Lin Jong. You were right, Ryan. From the first bounce, he was just on and just kept Mulgrave in the contest, showed why he had so much experience at the AFL level alongside Fletcher Roberts. So I think that's Lin Jong. Sportsco Eastland Best on Ground, so that's a $50 Sportsco Eastland voucher coming his way. The Tobin Brothers goal of the day, I think it's safe to say we'll go with Tyler Valanis, or...
You have to for the moment. For the moment,
I agree. It was funny. It was 3 goals in a row that we said that's the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
They stole it off each other one by one.
I think it was just that pace and the composure in, like you said, BWS in that moment. Like his heart would have been racing, not just from running bloody half the ground, but to get it as well. Yeah, exceptional.
Well, he can use the voucher, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Connor and him can
I don't know, where is it again?
Coles
and Mye.
Yeah, you can split a slab, go to Binter Sellers or something.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Well, I mean, there were a couple of options. Chris Duck's goal in the final quarter was also impressive, but and all
You've got a little bit of a love association with Duck, don't you?
They both do.
We both do.
There's a lot of duck on the pond today, I tell you.
I love a duck.
But that's Tyler Valanis with the Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. As mentioned, $50 Coles and Mye gift voucher going his way. And the MEGT Rookie of the Day. Now, Ryan Long, I don't know if you've highlighted this time around who the players are, eligible players are for the Rookie of the Day.
I've got a few. Hopefully I've been able to pick them all. I was doing that in the last quarter. Oscar Harding for the Waverley Blues and Patrick Severda, as well as for Mulgrave, Manny Sarkisian, Riley Valanis and Angus Jervis-Sohn.
Those three Mulgrave players are pretty hard to separate.
I'm going to put my hand up for Manny Sarkisian.
Yeah.
I thought he played up on
and
a
Tyler Valanis is also up for the award as well.
I think
he got the goal, so no, he can.
Yeah, that's right. No, you can't have two awards.
I agree with you though. I thought Manny was, and alongside his brother as well. They both played really good, strong football. I mentioned earlier, that Evan Sarkisian is the barometer, sort of just plays right on that line. His brother is just a class player. Composure as well. There was that play towards the end where he sort of just had the right option, kept a clear head, and I think he's a standout performer today.
Yeah, so I think all in agreement. Manny Sarkisian, the MEGT Rookie of the Day, a $50 Bunnings voucher going his way. So let's hope he's a tradie as well. Might spend.
It doesn't matter. It's Disneyland anyway.
It's my men's shed.
We've got about 7 minutes left, or 7 or 8 minutes left until we close things out here at Central Reserve for the Eastland Match of the round. Ryan Long, do we have any final scores coming through?
We do. We sort of put them away in that last quarter because this game was so exciting. Baldwin did get across the line over Blackburn, a 9-point win there, 11-11-77 and 9-14-68. So they remain undefeated with 9 straight wins. Berwick's first win of the season, 9-10-64 to Norwood, 6-10-46.
Ray Baird's going to claim that all the way home.
He's
just because he went out there.
down the coast.
He's already organised.
Packed the board. He was there.
He's organised the interview with the senior coach there for tomorrow's podcast. Doncaster East went down to South Croydon by 45 points, 15-12, 102 the Dogs to the Lions, 8-9-57. Rowville held on for a 3-point win. Noble gave him a real red-hot crack, 10-9-69 to 11-6-72.
I nearly had it. I called Noble to take that one.
East Ringwood ran away with a 36-point win, 14-12-96 to 9-6-60. 2 results in Division 1 that we heard nothing from during the day. We still have nothing from the South Belgrave Mitcham game and the Wantirna South Beaconsfield game, so we'll wait and hear for that. North Ringwood defeated Bayswater by 40 points, 15-6-96 to Bayswater, 8-8-56. Park Orchard's 101-point win, 16-17, 113 to Mooroolbark, 1-6-12. Montrose, big winners over Doncaster as well, 17-13, 115 8-3-51.
Do we have a final score, I think, from Belgrave South Recreation Reserve? South Belgrave 15-10, 100, defeating Mitcham 10-4-64.
Wow. There you go. That's why I haven't had a message from Daniel Wex, our junior manager. Otherwise, they would have won if that was the case. Let's jump into Division 2. Boronia, search that one up, Josh, for me on Facebook.
Final score actually just came through, 105-39, Boronia won.
Come on, Hawks, get your scores on Play HQ. That's where they need to be.
Lift your game.
Absolutely. I'm going back to this game. Basin versus Heathmont. Heathmont ran away with this one. 41 points, 12-12-84 to 6-7-43. Templestowe defeated Ringwood by 37 points, 13-8-86 to 7-7-49.
Dockers in good form.
Yes, that's 3 in a row now for the Dockers.
So 28 points and 28 points for Templestowe and Mulgrave then with those wins.
Yes, absolutely. Croydon defeated East Burwood by 5 points, 7-9-51 to 6-10-46. Let's jump into Division 3 now. having a look at the scores, pretty one-sided across the division. Surrey Park versus Warrandyte, 23-22, 160 to 6-2, 38 Warrandyte.
Ooh! I do wonder one thing: how many goals Jake Summers would have kicked, or someone like that?
Oh, you'll find out very quickly.
Oh yes, I'll be as quick as possible to find that out.
After a very good first half from the Cats, they fell away, and Knox won by 69 points, 20 goals, 18, 138 to 10, 969.
Yep.
Donvale defeated Ferntree Gully by 32 points, 11, 9, 75 to 6, 7, 43. Coldstream 60-point winners over Oakley District. Upper Ferntree Gully versus Fair Park there tonight. Someone's got to go out there and cover that game. It won't be me, but we'll see. We'll head out there to Kings Park. Great weather out there tonight, I'm sure. Forest Hill take on Croydon North. Croydon North won by 21 points, 14-7, 91 to 10-10, 70 Forest Hill. That's two out of the last three for the Kangaroos, doing very nicely. Right. And Churnside Park, 12-22, 94, defeated Nuttawading 10-6, 66. Just waiting on the Scoresby Kilsyth result.
That final score just came through the Kilsyth Social. Scoresby 11-17, 83, defeating Kilsyth 5-8, 38.
Ooh. Okay.
So a big win there for them. And I think they move now a game clear on top of the table, do Scoresby, because Whitehorse did have the bye. And obviously Churnside won. In fact, it'll be Scoresby and Churnside Park that'll be equal top now. So,
And Forest Hill have lost to both Nuttawading and Croydon North. Yeah. That's quite worrying from their perspective.
Yeah.
You would have placed them ahead of both of those teams pretty comfortably at the start of the year, but I don't
transition
know what's going on
year
there.
for them at the moment with the youth, and they did lose Rudd and Rowe and a couple others as well, so that was always going to make it tough.
But in Division 2, that means Ringwood now drop out of the top 5. It'll be Templestowe and Mulgrave that I think will be in 4th and 5th place. 2 games behind now. East Burwood, I think they went down to Croydon now to Croydon Noble. So,
is that on the stream lead?
Yes, it
was.
was.
Watching that currently. Can we rewind that, or is it coming up here? It was,
give him a moment.
Sorry, it was just Josh Williamson's headbutt of the ball. Whether it was
that might have been one of the best.
It was intentional.
Oh, that's what I said.
Let's have a look on the
It's coming up now here, BWS, and
it was.
Oh yeah. That or he wanted to leave it to Falcon, the player behind him.
That was a brilliant piece of play in the end from Josh Williamson. But, didn't have too much of an impact in the end. 3 behinds in that first quarter.
The only other thing which we'll obviously rewatch the footage after this is the shot from Playstead, which would have put them in front, and it was a complete turn around with the final goal for Mulgrave. Very controversial.
Yeah. I saw it back on the stream, boys, and it looks in. It doesn't look great from the umpire there, but my initial thought was maybe it's gone over the goal post, but yeah.
I thought it was a goal. I thought it got through before it sort of then drifted across. I thought it was well behind the goal line when that happened.
I just don't think the goal umpire had the best angle to it, because the goal umpire looked like it was heading more towards the ball rather than sticking straight.
I can't really stick up for a goal umpire in that instance, because they're standing where they're standing.
It's a good point. I shouldn't defend the goal umpire, but still, there's definitely going to be a bit of controversy around that.
It is what it is.
It
is
that's
indeed.
It.
And even then, okay, they get the goal, but they still miss out by a point. So
yeah. And then would Tyler Villana's goal have happened? Still, either way.
That's the question, though. Yeah,
here we go.
From that kick in.
Oh, is this?
There we go. We've got it on.
If you're listening on radio, you won't be able to see this.
I don't think you'll see it. It just goes to the top. You just see where it goes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
He loves it off the boot, and they're celebrating.
Oh, good on you, Megs.
She still did a superb job today, did Megan Gray, and the best camerawoman in the business is
the best, number one.
And it would be interesting just to see, to watch that again, just to see the where the umpire was actually standing at that time, like whether he or she was too far over to the right. I don't know, but anyway.
It also now can't be questioned either. So a hamper coming from Mulgrave to Megan during the week.
Yeah, true.
Money's on the fridge, as they say.
Well, I think it's just about time to wrap.
We've got Blake Tennant's 21st to get to.
Yeah, we need to head off quickly, and we need to get that
whispers.
And we need to head off.
Ringwood being closed off for police operation.
Barricaded off.
Yeah. Time we also need to
if
go
you're in the area, stick away.
I can see smoke from here. What's going on?
Yeah.
Race started early.
Brash is egging them on.
That'll just about do us in the Eastland match of the round. Ben Warren-Smith, Chris Curtis down on ground level doing a fantastic job.
Loved it today and a fantastic call by everyone in the team.
Thank you, fellas. Turned out all right in the end.
Ryan Long, Scott Hardy on special comments today. Ryan doing the women's match of the round and the men's match of the round. Scott, great to have you back as well.
Thanks, Josh. It was a pleasure being back and a great game to come back to.
Certainly right.
And my co-caller for today, Jared Bean, an absolute pleasure to call this game alongside you, mate.
Likewise, Josh. It was a fantastic game and, excellent to see some footy here at Central Reserve.
And, of course, Lee and Megan Green doing superb job behind the lens and audio from LKLM Media. But that does us for the Eastland match of the round. Mulgrave winners 78